Just find the right place in the program, make the appropriate change, and we'll run the whole thing again.
Speech is still very complicated. Music is simpler.
Is that a question?
Yes.
The question is futile.
My interpretation of the data leaves little room for error. The art of leadership is delegation.
That information is not available. This constitutes all available data.
You know what they say. No good deed goes unpunished.
Howdy do, we're back on. Bit of a weekend one, this one. We're on. I've got a bit of work to do. Let me just send a text out. Be with you in a second. Right. So what's going on now then, basically? So we've got some mods to do to this walkway interface. Okay, number 17 in this series. So it's the FAS Walkway to Robot IO relay mods changes to the functional block diagram programming. Okay, without further ado, let's get on with it. Let's just switch over to it. Okay, so we've got the ZelioSoft 2 up and running. I've got a few, I've just been studying for a while the info that I received, and let's say there's a bit of ambiguity between signal requirements anyway. So we're going to go ahead and make the changes. So not to this one, we're going to save this as. We'll have to call it something else, something new. Let's just give it a date. I'll just call it orange pair changes. Just call it that for lack of anything else. Okay. Right, here we go. I've got my radio on in the background. I'm working up the weekend. Don't really want to do it, but anyway. We'll do what we've got to do. So basically, there's a little bit of ambiguity on this signal here, this blue pair, Q4, and how the system responds to this brown pair. And we've got a change in the type of going on the orange pair. Let me just check I've got some audio and how the system is. Yeah, we've got some audio, right. Yeah, so IB is got to be changed, but we still need this functionality to set this flag. So I'll try and keep that. I've got to make some space for some other stuff. So what I need to do is just open up a little document and write down what we're going to do to change it, so we can all start from something and work through. So let's just do that now. Let's just open a bit of a document. Give me a second. This is work, so it's not all that interesting, but let me just open a document. So I'm not feeling that well. I'm not feeling too well today. I don't know why. I had a flu jab a couple of days ago, so I don't know. Anyway, just loading up this, whatever this is, blank sheet. Right, so LibreOffice Writer. So we'll just call it save as. I'll leave it like that. Or should we leave it? Hang on, let's change it to a Word doc. They still do, yeah, an old doc style doc. And we'll go up to the PED walkway, we'll save it in there, and it's going to be orange pair changes. That'll do. I don't know what else to call it. Call it that for now. So the input is IB changes input. I don't know. Problem I've got is I've already had my 1 week's worth of work, and I'm supposed to be chilling. So anyway, you have to bear with me. IB input change status, change status. I don't know what else to call it. So it currently does IB equals, let's just bring it up on here. Let's just copy that in. Just going to copy that there. Right, yeah. So IB currently is you're not catching me at my best. Let's just put that in one line. Right, so we've got right, what have we got? Yeah, so we're currently okay for bed mode. So what it does is at the minute goes from states are, so we got low. So the status is it's not okay for bed mode. So not okay for bed mode. So it goes from low to high. I'm writing this down because I'm trying to get my head around it as well. From low to high equals it's not okay for bed mode. That's it's waiting acknowledgement for bed mode. So yeah, let's use what we've got on the display.
November 8, November Tango, you're 591337.
Right, just.
Thank you, Charlie Tango 7 Alpha Uniform Echo. Delta Lima 4 X-Ray Tango, you're 591338.
Right, like I said, I'm not on my best at the weekend. No, at the minute. I'm trying to, you know. I've already done my hours this week, so this is extra hours. It's the end of the week. And anyway, it's one of those. Awaiting acknowledge for PED mode.
Oscar 9C4 Victor Papa 591340.
So what? I hate seeing red. Why do they show me red? I've got to add things to the dictionary if I don't want to see red. Can I add them all to the dictionary? Add up, ignore all. Yeah, ignore them, but then it keeps coming back. Why isn't it like that? It's trying to mess with me. This program is ignore. Right. If you're on the autistic spectrum, undiagnosed, things affect you. They can't get your head clear anyway. Right. What else we got? So low to high is acknowledge received switching modes. Right, let's copy that out of there. Got to get it clear cut because I don't want to waste time and forget certain things. My memory's not what it was. Right, acknowledge receive, switching modes, then we've got a high. Right. Yeah, it's not the usual stuff I'm working on, but I wanted to design an antenna, a multi-dipole antenna off driven plates, but that's not going to happen now. Anyway, right, let's get on with this bit. So high is acknowledge for PED mode, awaiting PED mode clear. So yeah, it's waiting for PED mode clear. So that's the next one. Right, yeah. Right, awaiting PED mode clear. And you go back to low after that. Oh, sorry, I missed a stage. So high to low equals right, yeah, back again. I'm waiting for PED mode, I'm waiting for acknowledge receive, waiting PED mode clear, acknowledge receive for PED mode. Right, so we don't have return on that. So what we're going to call that? Waiting PED mode clear. So PED mode clear. That'll do. Don't display it because it goes straight back and it goes back to the default, which was, so you would never see the display. But PED mode clear. Right. Okay. So that was what it used to do. Status change. Just go up a bit here. What it currently does. Right. So, right. This should be FAS Walkway interface program changes. Program changes, that'll do.
This is Golf 7 Lima Hotel Kilo. Any stations that wish to hear the GB2RS news broadcast at 12 noon today, it will be on 145.525. 145.525. So anybody that wishes to call in for the pre-news net or listen to the broadcast after, please go to 525 from Golf 7 Lima Hotel Kilo.
Thanks for the heads up. Right, so we've got that there. Let's see. Right, there's something, and we've got to clear up this because I'm currently output the blue pair. We've got to clear up. I'm currently outputting here on this one. The robot status. It's an output to the robot system. The AVG barriers are open in robot mode. The blue pair was the blue pair to the robot system, right? So I'm outputting a high there to tell their system that the barriers are open, PED gates are closed, and the PED walkway is in robot mode. Now, but I think, from what I can gather, we had to flip it. Goes through, output goes through to a relay, and it swaps the signal over because they want it to be low, I think. So let's have a look at the original information. Hang on, you won't see that. Right, so I'll just copy that in. I'll tell you what, we put these signals in. Right, so I can copy this bit out. Right. Okay, so I'm going to copy that over to this page we're working on. Right. So program stroke wire. Might be some wiring changes as well. Okay, let's see if I can paste this in here. It did let me paste, but it's a bit big on the font, so let's change it down. Let's change it to whatever we're using. Hang on, what are we using? Right, okay. Why has it chose me a weird one? Okay, let's just put it on like that. That's about right. Right, so we'll put this into here, and we'll change the, get rid of this as bold, take it down. Okay. Right. Oh, some more here. Right, I'll put that in bold again if you like. Right, and that one. Right, what have we got then? Let's just go back to that other one. Gotta keep a track on everything to make sure nothing's going wrong. Right. Let's just read through this then. So let's remove any reference. Let's just go through it, make it different wording so I can understand it. Right, hang on. What we got there? 14. Let's just change these to 14. Tell you what, let's switch over to that channel and listen to the news. Oh, somebody's yapping. Right, so we've got that there. Let's finish this off. Right, okay. So let's try and shut that up. Right, blue. Low equals open circuit, no signal. Okay, so the blue, when it's low, an open circuit, no signal. That's nice that they mentioned that now. That's good, because the initial system I got was it's got to go from low to high, so yeah, low signal. So low is taken as no signal, but I'm holding it low with a pull down resistor. Anyway, so open circuit.
PW, good morning Peter, how you doing my friend?
So the first thing we've got to do is modify, take the resistor out. We don't need it if it's an open circuit. Right, so we'll take the resistor out. So
well, yeah, conditions were very challenging as Giles just reiterated there this morning with Interg, but it was to be expected, to be fair. There is a massive solar event going on with the sun currently, so that did affect us earlier, first thing this morning. But
Right, so wiring changes.
And unfortunately, John was able to hear everyone.
So we want to
into Europe, so it wasn't all lost. And I think
remove,
let's have a look at the spreadsheet.
pull up,
Many were there.
stroke, pull
Down.
down.
On 30 on the spreadsheet this morning, so the same as last week.
Resistors.
So we didn't do too badly, Peter. But you're 60 over 9 with me at the moment, as far as I can tell.
Pull up, pull down resistors.
On the next one. Mike 7 off
Okay.
Papa Whiskey from Golf 7
And I'll
Lima
just
Hotel
put it's
Kilo.
this bit of information that we were told this last time round, so put that in bracket. Right. Okay, that's the wiring changes. Right, open circuit, no signal, barrier is in robot mode. So when it's low, it's in robot mode.
I don't think it was a net, it was
Right, so barrier is in robot mode, the opposite to what we've got logic wise here. But we do go through a relay and swap the signal. Because I initially was going to say, telling the other system when the pedestrian walkway is in robot mode. But that's the other way around, they want it. Right. So that's why we did the swap. Right, so let's try and get the head around that. What we don't want is
about 13 minutes or so. So it will be his first one.
yeah, what we don't want is
Just getting prepared for that.
the
Lovely to hear you, and,
smart relay to be powered up with no signal on it, not running a program to actually output a signal that means something. So for safety we're saying
Okay, my friend, no problem at all.
when it's high it's okay for robot mode.
Golf 7 Lima Hotel Kilo, and I can see
When it's high,
a mobile number calling me, but I don't know.
because it's a
So
safety
I'll ignore
feature.
that one. Don't know who
So
that was. Only ran
that is the biggest problem I got at the minute.
Oh, right.
Second biggest
It was
problem.
Possibly Steve, our manager.
Right, so the blue pair,
Right. Any other stations?
barrier is in robot
G7
mode when it's
LHD,
low, no signal. That's no good.
M7NQL.
That's
very
no
good
good
morning
at
to
all.
you.
High
Well, I do
closed
know the call
circuit
time, but it's
constant
not in the
signal.
database.
Barrier
The
is
name
any
Troy
other
in
state.
Sutton Coldfield. Whereabouts
Barrier
are
is
you,
in
Robert?
any other state that the robots cannot pass. Barrier is in any other state
Josh, how you doing,
that the
my friend?
robots
Is it
cannot
November,
pass,
Quebec, Lima?
including partially open or stuck.
Right, okay, right. Let me just add you to the database then, Joshua. Lovely to,
Oh, that's the total opposite
to hear
signal.
you again. It's been a long time since we've spoken. So,
Barrier's in robot mode when it's low. Right.
next one. So I'm just typing you into the database.
Very confusing.
now, So we do call it next week. We'll know who you are.
Very confusing that, to me, the way my brain works. For safety, I need to. Right. Okay, so right, let's just have a
very good morning. I'll give you
confusion.
the signal report on the next one, Joshua. Mike 7 November Quebec Lima. Very good morning to you.
Right, let's get the logic right. So when it's high, the barrier is in any other state that robots cannot pass. So they want to know when the robots cannot pass, not when they can pass. So it's speaking different languages here. Everyone's got the opposite logic that they want to run with. That's the problem. So
Good grief. sorry for
try and
this,
work it
it
out.
was that loud. I'm only
High
putting 5
signal.
watts out on the
The
nose.
barrier is in any
And
other
I
state,
did suffer a
so
couple
they
of
want a
issues the other
signal
night,
when
actually.
it's
I don't know whether
not
you
in
heard,
robot
but,
mode.
I got it on the 438-800, which
Okay.
unbeknown to me was the
Right,
frequency
so blue.
shared by DMR, digital mobile radio, and I was trying to connect into my node to do some work on it, and I noticed
Why does it do that?
station, G5 station.
Why is it so dumb, this
I couldn't
program,
log
that you
in.
can't...
The radio refused to connect me to the
So if I
software.
type there, then I'll delete it.
And when I looked the course on
Let me do it now.
the guy in Sutton Coldfield, it was
Now is it going to just put the blue back? Bloody hell.
whether he was actually using my room at the time, I don't know, but it stopped me from getting
Why
in.
does it do
So I've
that?
had to
That's
change
most
the
annoying.
frequency. But if you're saying you can hear the node on
So, right, let's just write it and then delete it
where
back
you
again.
are
It's crazy.
on that, then it's getting out really well. So thanks for the report on that, George. But I don't know whether you're aware, but a good colleague of mine, Simon, Mike 9 Sierra Victor Whiskey, will...
Let's turn it off a minute. It's yapping before the news starts. Anyway, right. So this blue pair now. Right, some confusing and safety concerns. So the walkway system. Bloody hell. Hang on. Alright, let's put that in. Ah, still blue. Why? Why is it doing that? What's going on with this? It's not Word, is it? That's the trouble. Alright. Go away. Go away. Ignore all. Right. So blue pair. Blue pair for why is that too small? Can't get this done, can I? Right, so robot status. Prepare for 80. I think I mean anyway. Yeah. Right, blue pair for walkway system, robot system. This is confusing as hell. Go away! Don't tell me about spelling. Right. So, what they're saying there, blue pair, is high is saying I don't understand this, too much writing they're doing. Barrier is in any other state that the robots cannot pass, including partially open or stuck. I don't understand what that means. The barrier is in any other state that the robots cannot pass. What kind of logic is this? So when, oh, it's too much to read here. When we receive a signal, we expect it to be constant. Yeah. Closed circuit constant signal. Barrier is in any other state that the robots cannot pass, including partially open or stuck. Right, I don't know what they're trying to say there. Tell you what I'll do. I'll try this. Gets our AI to tell me what it's talking about, because I ain't got a clue. It'd be better if they wrote it in. Right, hang on. Right, let's get AI to. Could you explain? Here's a clearer explanation of what the blue signal means, rewritten in plain language. The blue wire is a digital status signal that tells the robot whether it is allowed to pass the barrier. Low, open circuit, no signal. The barrier is in robot mode. The barrier is fully open and safe for robots to pass. High, closed circuit, constant signal. The barrier is in any non-robot state. Robots must not pass. Well, that's not right. This includes, right, high, hang on. Closed circuits, barriers in any other state that the robots cannot pass. Well, that's what I've got already. No, that's telling them when they can pass, yeah. I'm telling them it's okay to pass. The walkway is in robot mode, I'm telling them. And it's an opposite signal. Yeah. Simple terms, low equals go, robots allowed through, high stop, robots blocked. The signal is intentionally fail safe. If there is any uncertainty, loss of robot mode, partial opening, fault, the output goes high, preventing robot movement. How is that fail safe? If you rephase for a technical manual, convert it to a truth table. Anyway, it's the opposite to what we've got, because we're switching it via a relay. I should be doing their talking soon. Yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah, it's alright. I'm just trying to put you in the database here. Trying to type.
I'll switch off that a minute. Right, okay. So, when there's no signal coming into the robot system, they're running their barriers. And when we select it high, we're telling it to stop. Okay, so we need to change that one. So the robot system states barrier is in any other state. Let's get rid of that. I don't understand all that wording. Right. So robot state, so this is in high. Let's just say high. Right. Alright, so when it's high, the barrier is in any non-robot state. So when it's high, right, so it's the opposite of what they want. Right. So robot state is high. So block barriers, prevent barriers when it's high. Stop barriers. Robots are blocked. Right, okay. Robots blocked. Robots blocked. Okay. High is robots blocked. Low is robots allowed through. Robots blocked, robots allowed through. And we've got currently, we've got a relay on it to give them the right signal, but we've got to change that now. Oh, can I convert that to lowercase? Format, text, lowercase, uppercase, lowercase, right. So we've got high, shit. So A, V, G, barriers, AGV, AV, let's just get all that right. So we've got highs, AGV barriers are in robot mode. Was the blue pair, so we can get that off. Alright, so robot mode, low, means, what does it mean if it's low? If it's low, it's not okay to pass. Not okay for PED mode. Not okay for PED mode. AVG barriers are in robot mode. No, that's not right. AVG barriers are open in robot mode, and if it's low, not okay for robot mode. Okay for robot mode, not okay for robot mode. Robots are blocked, robots allowed through. So there's the confusion. Anyway, safety concern, right. Right, concern would be if the walkway interface was powered off or in a stop state, the blue pair Q4 would default to no output off. So it's output off. Now it's going through, as it happens at the minute, it's through a relay which is switching it the opposite way. Now when it's off, it'll be represented as high. That's the signal they wanted. So don't like the idea of that, but according to them, the robots are blocked if it's high. Yeah, but it's only high as long as there's a power input. If you turn off the walkway interface, which has got its own power supply, 12 volt, can't supply the 12 volt to the input. So if you don't supply the 12 volt to the input, it sees it as a low and takes it as if robots are allowed through when there's no interface running. Or yeah, not a good idea, really, not a good way. No outputs off. If the walkway interface 12 volt PSU that supplies the robot system inputs with 12 volts DC would also be powered off, hence no signal or open circuit. No signal or open circuit, which which for the robot system is interpreted as a low robots allowed through. Robots allowed through. Right, robots allowed through. Alright, there might be more to it. The brown pair might have to be energised. Yeah, robots allowed through. Anyway, we'll leave that at that. Leave that at that for a minute. That's a concern. Well, they do say that the orange pair, orange area clear, robots, oh that's a brown pair, sorry. Low is open circuit, no signal, robot mode again. High, closed circuit, constant sit, robot is in switching to pedestrian mode. Right, okay. Well, that's not the way I interpret it. Robot, as soon as it goes from low to high, it's requesting the system robots bestowed and stop your robots. But once it's maintained, constant signal, robot is in pedestrian mode. Not necessarily. Barriers in pedestrian mode. Regards to the robot system, but the walkway system wouldn't have had its pulse yet until it's waiting for the orange pair to give acknowledgement, which no longer exists. Anyway, let's try and get through it. Right, this is the bit that I've described how our system works, and there's no description on their system works. Equivalent. Yeah, so that wasn't helpful anyway. Right, so there's the concerns, right. Right, okay. So now our brown is an output to the robot system. So it's an output to the robot system on the brown here, and it tells it that we're PED request voltage. It's a request. There's a pointer where you can't take it as it's in barrier is in switching to PED mode. Yeah, it's in switching. Right, okay. Anyway, I think that bit's okay as it was, so we'll ignore that bit and carry on. So we've got to change two things by the looks of it. Choose changes. Right, wiring changes. So that's the wiring changes. Right. Input. Output. Changes. Just write it down and implement it. It's not difficult, but it's understanding it is the difficult bit. That's the difficult bit, keeping it clear. Right, so input output changes. So basically we need to change the blue. So the blue, right. Hold on, let's get over to this a bit. We're okay, aren't we? Yeah. Just looking at that. Right, so the blue pair. Oh, let's see if they've got some. Oh, they've been talking for 10 minutes ago on that. Where is it then? They're not there. Have they gone up another one? Where are they? Oh, don't tell me we can't hear the guy talking. What's the point of telling us it's going to be? Where's the news then? It hasn't finished the news already, surely. Ah, forget the news then. Never mind. Right, so blue pair. So Q4. No, I don't want that. So Q4 output Q4. So it's the blue pair, right. Needs to be changed. It's going to be now, these are the changes, so it's going to be high. I'm going to call it something else because it's the wrong terminology now. If they, right, AVG barriers are open in robot mode. So robots are blocked. So we're going to call it block robots. Okay. Okay, high, so low. It's called RS status equals block AVG robots. High. That's the status of it. And we've got high block AVG robots. Low is did it say it was robots allowed? AVG robots allowed. Okay. Right, so then we got the orange. So it's an input. Input IB equals. Right, it's gonna be right, we're gonna call that now orange. Area clear. Robots in the area. Okay. What did we call it originally? ID, robot status. Robot status, yeah, that's a status as well. Right, okay. Robot status, high is robots in the area. Okay. Robots in area. Low. What are they saying it is? Area clear. Area clear. Area clear. Oh, no robots. Area clear of robots. AVG robots. AVG robots in the area. Area clear of robots. Right. So brown pair. Both blue and brown stay on until process is complete and robots can safely pass. Robots will only drive through if both blue and brown are low. Okay. Right. So that's the changes. It currently does alright, so IB. Why have I got such a massive thing there? It's not formatting it, is it? I have to do my own formatting, it's crazy. Anyway, right. That's what it currently does. We'll do the blue pair. Why has it coloured it? I don't want colour. What is going on? Stupid blooming rubbish, isn't it? Stupid rubbish. It's gonna just keep making it coloured, isn't it? How the hell have I got to just tell it a different colour now? That's crazy. Okay, let's have it your way. Ah, it's still doing it. What a bug is this? This is this lever operator. Alright. Stupid stuff, innit? Eh? No one wants to use Linux. Anyway, right. So the blue pair Input output changes. So it currently does oh, it's come back blue again. What the hell, man? It's Q4 equals robot status, barriers are in. Are in robot mode, so high AVG barriers are in robot mode. Low barriers are in robot mode. This is where they're getting confused. The barriers are in robot mode, the robot systems in robot mode, completely juxtaposed to each other. Right. Okay, so right, I've got a few changes to make. It currently does. I need to change it to here we go again. Right, okay, so we've got that written down. So wiring changes. So what we've got to do, we did to do, right. To do. Don't want that in that colour though. To do. Not to do. Task. God, I'm getting hungry now, I don't know why. Right, this is the task in hand, so what I'm going to do. So 1. Oh, it's not as clever as Office, is it? Tasks. Changes. Changes. So change 1. Right, let's get the blue signal working right. Right, rename blue Q4, rename Q4 to decouple decouple blue pair Q4 blue pair from existing walkway interface logic 3. Okay, use Q4 as direct method to say it was block AVG robots. Okay, gotta look at the brown pair as well. Robot mode, barrier is switching to ped mode. High signal, right. Right, so yeah, we can leave brown alone, I think. Right, so decouple IB orange pair from existing right, and 5 setup criteria to determine when robot zone AVG robot zone is clear, and that will be done with hold off timers, pulse count, etc. Right, 6. Create a flag
luck, QRZ. Yankee, Quebec, 8 Tango. Yankee, Quebec,
Internal to the walkway.
Yankee, Quebec, 8 Tango, contact.
Interface
Quebec, 8 Tango, Yankee, Quebec, 8 Tango,
that
contact.
sets
Yankee, Quebec, 8 Tango, contact. Yankee,
when
Quebec, 8 Tango, contact.
okay for
Yankee,
head
Quebec,
mode.
8 Tango, Yankee, Quebec, 8 Tango, contact.
Right. Anything else? Is there anything else? Yes. We've got to create timer that runs at delay on for
Yankee, Quebec, 8 Tango, Yankee, Quebec, 8 Tango, contest.
right
Quebec,
head
8
mode.
Tango, contest.
Create a timer, a delay on for what happened to this bloke? Sure their news wasn't just 2 minutes long. Right, so they need a timer once the flag is set. Delay on for
Thank you, good luck. QRZ.
delay on so
Victor T-Pain. The golf uniform.
delay on so what?
QRZ.
Delay on so
Whiskey Japan 1 United. 1 second.
right.
Whiskey Japan 1 United 591244.
Block high to block the bar.
Good luck. Please tell me my
AVG robots allowed. Right, yeah.
Thank you.
So we need to output create timer that delay on to Q4. So AVG robots have time to clear ped area zone. Ped zone. Right, 8. Right. Ability to interrupt. Ability to interrupt the running timers up until the point the timers expire.
Thank you. CQ concept, Yankee Quebec 8 Tango, Yankee Quebec 8 Tango.
Holds off.
Yankee Quebec 8 Tango contest.
Q4.
CQ contest, Yankee Quebec 8 Tango, Yankee Quebec 8 Tango contest.
High block robots.
Yankee Quebec 8 Tango contest.
Hang on, holds off.
CQ contest, Yankee Quebec 8 Tango, Yankee Quebec 8 Tango.
I block the robots, so we're changing the logic now, aren't we? So it holds it off, so it holds off Q4, starts, timers, timer, timeout, again. Right. Let's make sure that makes sense. Let's have a look at the logic. Let's put a simulation on. This is the old one. So we got AVG barriers are open in robot mode. You're outputting straight through a status over here. That's the old, reflecting the old system. You get a PED request. Lights up the orange, or the brown pair, sorry. And that tells the robot system that currently is going through a relay.
Mike 0, Papa Victor November in company. M02 on high ground in South Birmingham, listening by for any call. Mike 0, Papa Victor November, high ground South Run, listening by for any call. QRZ 425 please. Please go to 425 if you can hear me. Thanks.
Right, so that is being switched via a relay, so they're getting the signal they want, but it's not the correct terminology. It's programmed, but that's what's confusing, but we're going to change that in a minute. So we decouple that from there, so that gives it that signal. It's waiting to pulse this output to start the walkway, but it's waiting for an acknowledgement. So it gives it acknowledgement. So none of this really makes any sense now because it's all gone. So we've changed it to, this is a new change, so we've got to just trying to work out if there's anything else. So here we decouple this. That stays the same, that stays the same. We've got to decouple this from activating the pair over here. That can stay the same, so it's just these two. Right, and we need some working area. Some of these information here will be changed. It's definitely going to be changed. Right, let's just save that. Right, some of this has got to be changed, but the logic won't be right or anything, so I'm going to have to go through it. Okay, alright. Anyway, I think it's time for a top up of the tea and a break, so I'll be back very soon. See you shortly. Hello, we're back. Okay. Right, let's get on with it then. Oh, I've got to get some things printing. Hang on, I've got to start something printing while we're doing this. Ah, dear, excuse me. Right. Yeah, so we've made it clear cut now with the with this. So these are the changes. So we've got a wiring change to do and a renaming. Rename Q4, and also got to rename Q4 and IB. Right, just got to load up. I've got to recent library. Where's my library? Hang on. Cancel success. Is there more? Oh, more. So I'm just trying to. There they are. I've just got to print some of these out.
Up on the high grounds in the Licky Hills in southwest Birmingham. Listing on train station call N0 PVN, Mike 0 Papa, Victor November, listing on 425.
Alright, I just got to change it to that colour. Alright, we're going to print some of these out. I think that's enough. Okay, let's print them out. Why not? Slice the plate. Just got to get this printing while I'm programming this lot. Right, that's about right. Right, print the plate.
CQ 2 meters, CQ 2 meters. This is M7 India Uniform Alpha, high ground, South Birmingham.
It's alright, I've got lots of things going on at once.
425.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. I've got some bits coming today, some I forget what I've ordered. Oh, some more displays coming. Let's just make sure that's okay. Get this running and then we'll carry on. I changed one of the colours out for this beige colour. Right, there we go. And I'll just carry on in the background. I'll move that out of the way. Move that out of the way over there. Okay, we'll have a look at that from time to time. Right, so we'll follow the instructions bit by bit. Alright, so we haven't told you what the new name's going to be. Right. Well, we'll just do it in the thing, the program. Right. So let's rename this output here. So we're going to have to decouple this, but let's change the output. It's now going to be called, we did describe what it was going to be called, the blue pair currently does. This is right, robot status, there it is. So we want just that over here. Okay, so let's get rid of that and paste. So we're going to put the little hash there. Highs. Right, okay. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, see if that lets us do it. Not really. Try again. It's right, the program's a bit crap. It puts the requester over into the primary monitor window. The UI is a bit rubbish on this software. I suppose the UI wasn't their main priority when they built it. So we'll just go like that. leave it like that. Okay, you can see there's a glitch there. Look, it hasn't deleted the old thing. So if you go display, go none, and it just gets rid of it then. Right. So Q4 is now, it's a robot system status, and high is block AVG robots, low AVG robots allowed. So that logic is no longer any good, so we'll have to alter that, but leave it like that for now. Let's go and do back to the thing. So changes done. Right, okay. Okay, right. So we've done renamed Q4 to right, that's it. We've renamed it to, that's it. Okay, we've done that one. Now number 2. Right, we want the new. What did we say the orange was going to change to? A-Rub, that's it. This is the one.
Yeah, CQ2 meters, CQ2 meters. This is M7 India Uniform Alpha, M7 India Uniform Alpha, high ground, South Birmingham. Anybody listening? Knock it down to 425, 425.
Alright, okay. So input, so it's a robots. We know it's input IB, so it's robot status. Robot status. Good robots in the area. Right, okay, that's fair enough. Right, let's just change it slightly. Why isn't it like that? Oh, hang on. In area. It's horrible UI on this. Oh, is that going to do it? No.
CQ2 meters, hello CQ2, this is Mike 0, Papa Victor November, up on high ground in southwest Birmingham. High ground southwest Birmingham, listing by Freddie Core, QLZ.
Right, doesn't like that, don't know why.
This is Mike 0, Papa. Calling from high ground southwest Birmingham. Listening on 425 with others. 145 decimal 4.
It's horrible program. Let's see if it'll do it this time. You have to fight against it all the time now. It's going to insist on putting it there. I can't read it like that. So right, how can we read it then? High equals robots in area. Right, so I need that to be. Won't let me have a separate. What's going on with this program, man? Is it just because it can't display any more than that? Right, we'll have to leave it then. We'll have to play that game with it. You think a company like Schneider could make a better user interface with all that money they're earning off these smart relays? Just plough some money back into the UI for Christ's sake, you know what I mean? Anyway, right. Okay,
CQ2 meters, CQ2 meters. This is M7 RUA, M7 India Uniform Alpha, high ground, South Birmingham. Anybody out there got a copy on this? Knock it down to 425. 425.
Okay. Right, so we've done the renaming. Right, so we've done that one. Check. So we've done that one. Now we're going to decouple the blue pair from the existing walkway interface logic. Right, let's do that. So to decouple it, let's find out what it's first doing. Here's a bit of boolean there. Well, the boolean's doing what? It's input 1 on, input 2 0. It's letting the signal through. So when that's on and that's off, it's doing a check. So this flag, robot mode active. So fair enough. Then we've got this other bit that's coming up from, not from over there, from, where's it coming from? It's coming from somewhere. Ah, this output here. So this is an OR gate. So we've got, if we press our button, or if we're overridden, it literally is just holding this signal over if it's overridden. Now if it's overridden, let's run a simulation. That's the normal state of affairs. So if we override it, we're switching it off. So, and we're flashing the lamp, so we're switching it off. Now, low AVG robots allowed when it's low. High block AVG robots. So when we're overriding the walkway, the idea of the override was not to let the robots not allow the robots. It's to allow the bed mode on the walkway to run, but to indicate to you that we're in. Someone switched it in. So, with that being a low, it's going to allow the robots. Yeah, so it's got to block the robot. So you need an opposite signal on that now, really. Right, so we're going to have to look at that. Switch that off. So we're outputting over here. In case somebody overrides it, it switches it off. Now when we're in robot mode, we need to be a low, so it just needs to go in through an inverter thing here. So we could just stick it through an inverter. I can hear noises, I think, and this is on the sewing machine. I thought there was some kind of rats trying to climb through the window or something. Anyway. Right, I made myself an Earl Grey tea. So that's the wrong signal anyway, so we can just put it through an inverter, but we've got a bit of a problem where one of the timers is holding it off during the transition. Oh, every time this was getting pulsed. If that pulsed every time, yeah, it would take it off. Every time they send a robot through, it was pulsing that. That's why they say they were getting a pulse on their blue pair, because they were sending a robot through and changing the status. Wasn't being expected to be changed once it was on until the walkway went from front panel, awaiting PED mode clear, by coming out of that mode and then once it returns, awaiting PED mode clear. So PED mode clear, it needs that to be switched off. Robot barrels open, yeah. So go again, awaiting acknowledge for PED mode. You get your acknowledgement. Awaiting PED mode clear by switching it off. There's your tri-state. Anyway, we need to get rid of that now. Right. So we need to decouple that. We need to invert this. So let's invert the output at the minute. Let's put a little inversion on that. Okay, so we've inverted the output. So we should get what we want now. Let's try it. Obviously that's going to affect it, that other bit still. But this ultimately cannot go through even though until the system is ready, finish counting its timers and stuff, which we haven't put in yet. We haven't put them in yet. We've only just started. Right, so see what I'm saying? Before we highlight that, see that? That is high, so high is block AVGs, so till this runs, yeah. So that's inverted and giving it the right signal, so then we're saying the robot mode barriers are open, the transitions. So it's low now, it's AVG robots allowed, so that's normal state, so that's right from there. Now when we do something like this, it's going to turn it off, because that's the wrong kind of signal now. Block HEV barriers, robots in area, right. Yeah, so that's basically, that signal is doing the wrong thing now. That's probably why they were getting a lot of trouble. They couldn't get it to work that way. Yeah, so I've got to decouple that from doing what it's doing. Right, so we've finished this then. Let's just go and update the. Okay, installed inverter before output of Q4 to correct the blue pair signal after rename Q4. Okay. Oh, morning. Andy J2N6I. How you doing? Welcome to the live stream. How you doing? Yeah, so just doing a bit trying to get it straight in my head by making it clear cut what needs to be done, write it down, and make the changes. So far we've just renamed Q4 and input IB, installed an inverter to the output, which is there, rename those two, and what we need to do now is decouple this from doing whatever it does. Let's have a look, put it in simulation mode, let's just see what it does. Right, so we've got, if we switch it on and off, we can see what it's doing. It's literally changing, it's linked to this, which it can't be anymore. It's got to go from a timer, so we need to decouple. So this robot mode active, when I switch that, so that's probably as the robots were being sent through the zone, they were flicking this, they were taking it off robot mode active and back on again every time a robot came through, and that was then signaling stopping the blue pair. So right, so what I'm going to do now is we still need a way of switching to this mode, but that looks like that's the only way that's done there. Yeah, so it's going to have to be decoupled from this as well. That signal goes up to there and to this logic, so this is where it gets a bit awkward. We still need the logic, but what we need is that flag gets set directly, I think. Let me just have a look. Yeah, there's no delay on that, it just gets set directly to the robot mode active when it's low. So when would be when they were telling us to, you're okay for PED mode, what it was, like that, it switches robot mode active off. And PED mode's not active because nobody's requested it, so if we requested it, it would make PED mode active. Alright, so if then somebody turned that off, yeah, it's just waiting for acknowledgement of those points. So that's how am I running? Yeah. Yeah, so we need to decouple some of this stuff now. So it's waiting for that to be turned off to close the barrier. That should have been stayed on, and that should be back on, and that would be released and just cleared back again. So what I'm trying to do is find out where this is wired to. PED request received. So what does this do? Let's see what that does now. I'm going to disable that bit or do it from a different flag. Right, so this is when they're both on, it outputs. So when both of these are high, it'll output PED mode on delay and set the flag after an on delay to switch to the on delay was how many? 10 seconds, 10 100ths of a second. So yeah, so that would switch this brown pair on after 1 second, just a bit of control timing. So we can undo, so we can't send that through. Does it matter if we send it through? Let's have a look. So if we send that through, right, so that initially outputs that. We don't get our pulse to the walkway until this has been satisfied, which is waiting for this. So we still need that line, but only from PED mode active. We need the flag setting up there now and change these signals. So that signal needs to be decoupled. Yeah, let's do that next. So we've got to keep the signal. So that button now is just the same as that input, but the button no longer does what it says on the front of the display. So so let's make sure we're still streaming. Got audio, yeah. Right. Well, radio's gone quiet. Must be. It's gone a bit dead. Right. Yeah, it's gone dead. I thought I'd just switch it off, I think. Switch that one off. Right. So, we need, whatever this was called, we need to create a flag. So, go back to the instructions. Install the inverter, yeah. Changes. Decouple the blue pair. Use Q5 direct method to block barrier, so we've inverted. Decouple IB pair from existing walkway interface logic. Yeah, so we've got to decouple that. Right, so that input's going to be totally reused, but we need to set a flag. So let's set the flag. We need a new flag that used to do what this input did. So I can do that by, I can delete that. That's released that one. So this needs to be moved somewhere else probably now. Leave it there for now. But we need to trigger it via something else that gets triggered once our timers have kicked in. So what are we going to call that flag? We've got to call that flag. So what have we got so far? We've got PED mode active. No. I just can't think what it was called now. What did we call it? What was it called on the old one? Currently does, yeah. OK for PED mode. Yeah, so that's what it needs to be called. This flag. Right. So it needs to be RS status OK for PED mode. Because we've took it off that one. We've freed up that one, but we need it do it off a flag instead. So I need to do now is put in a set. I'm not sure where we're going to put this. They're all lined. Yeah, I suppose it could be put down here like that. We need to give it the name of whatever that one was. Okay, so there's your OK for PED mode, which goes over to, actually we can move this over now, can't we? Let's bring this down. Where do we want it? Let's bring it over here. Just put that down there so I can see it. Right, that's got to come something like that. That got to get away from there. Oh, this can be put over here. It's just one of the buttons direct to it. Looks a bit weird there, doesn't it? Right, let's bring this over here. And we've got our set flag that needs to go over to there. Okay. Looks a bit strange. Right, so that's our button 3 on the front. Okay, so that goes through to the same place as it was. Now we need to have an indicator on here. It's like a little flag thing. In fact, we'll put that over there. Up that up to there. And we're going to change it now. Actually, the set flag, where's the set flag? It doesn't have a name, this does though. Alright, let's give that the same name. Oh, there's nothing to paste. Nothing to paste. Let's turn off the display. and change that one. Alright, so these aren't, they're a bit confused. I like to line them up if I can. That needs to be put somewhere, doesn't it, out so we can read it. Display block numbers now. Right, I don't want the block numbers. Okay, let's get that back a bit. That's not good, is it? Yeah, I don't know, can't line it. It's trouble, you can't move this. You can't move that anywhere you want it. The UI is a bit rubbish. So we've got this flag. We've got an indicator. So when it's lit, when we're looking at this, it's just an internal thing. I think we need to similar to that. Yeah, so it lights up, and they're lined up with that. They're not quite lined up, are they? Not quite lined up.
G0 UFE, G0 UFE, M0 JZH mobile.
Okay, so is that lined up? Not quite. I have to have everything lined up, else it drives me crazy. Right. Okay, so this flag is ready to be set, but it can't be set because it has to be set based on pulses and timers. So, but we should be able to run the simulation and nothing undue happen. We won't get a running thing though. So that's the default state of the barriers. Once they're up, it then allows robots. There's no PED request at the minute. You give a PED request, immediately get the brown pair going high. So robot system knows we've got people waiting to cross. Okay for PED mode. What does that mean? Yeah, there's a slight delay when it turns up on the screen, but I thought, yeah, okay for PED mode. Sounds like Thunderbirds. Okay for what do they call it? Parity or whatever. Apogee. Okay for Apogee. Right, so we've got that there. So we got the flag ready to go that simulates the rest of it, but we've got to implement some timers now based on this. So we want a delay on timer, and it only passes on to another system which is like this. So we've got a bit of room here for a delay on timer. Let's find out what kind of timer we want. What are we using so far? We're using an on delay, off delay. So it's 1 second on delay for that one. Are we using anything else here? So that's the same one, is it? Right, so we've got on delay, off delay, 0.2, 200 milliseconds. Right, this one here, that's your flashing light output. Flashing light. Oh, we're getting some drop frames, 25. Not a lot, it's nothing. 25 drop frames from 2 hours of stream, it's not too bad. Flashing light timer, so 5 seconds on, 5 seconds off, that stays as it is. There's no more timer. So there's only 3 timers. 4 timers. Robot mode on delay. So that's another 10 seconds. So we're getting barriers coming through here. so it needs to run an on delay. So let's just copy that one for a start. Might not be the right one. Let's try it. Yeah, so it's an on delay. So with an on delay, you have to maintain the signal duration for the duration for it to switch. Anything less and it won't switch. Now the problem is that we need to turn, so the robots could go through any speed through the zone, and that could exceed the on delay, so we can't use that. We've got to turn that into a pulse, and it's the pulses we need to have like a watchdog timer type of thing, where if we get the opposite, so if we get pulses within certain time of each other, so it's a hold off timer basically, hold off going into this. Yeah, right, let's see. So can we do it with this one? We need to convert that to a pulse. Yeah, so let's cancel that one a minute. Just cancel that one. Right, so we want a pulse, which is one of these, I think. Convert. Right, so what I'm going to do is convert the going from low to high as a pulse. So pulse when the input changes from off to on. Yeah, that'll do. So we get rid of the block numbers. Right, so we're going to hook that directly up to the pulse. Now, do we need to know when there's one in the area? Yeah, we do. So what we'll have to do is put an OR gate in there. Not an OR gate. Hang on. Is it an OR gate? Yeah. So I need to duplicate the signal. No, it's not an OR gate. So we'll bring that to. We'll put that up there as a pulse. So when we get a transition from low to high, we're going to get a pulse on here. Can we do that? No. Right, so we get a pulse. We also need a constant off it. We need to monitor it. As soon as it goes from... Yeah, we'll use that for now. So that's the... So it's going to be a... So what we want is converts constant to pulses. Yeah, we want the constant. We might want the constant anyway, but we can take it from there. So converts to pulses. Then we want that pulse then to go into trigger a timer. Now the timer, so we want to count the pulses. We don't care what the length of the pulses are, but the fact that every time it transitions, it's got to trigger a timer. Now the timer's got to be triggered off a pulse, so, but most of these timers don't trigger off a pulse, they trigger off a constant after a delay on time. So let's try one of these. Let's try that one again. So if we copy that, paste it, I'll just put it here for a minute, change the name of it. So it's going to be a, so we get our pulse. Yeah, we want to run a timer that doesn't do anything yet, it just triggers a timer. So once we get a pulse, so it's a robot, so it's a robot clear pulse. So when, or well, we're using it when it goes from on to off to on, but really what we need is when it goes from on to off. not from off to on. So when it goes from on to off, which we're taking as the robot's left the area, yeah. So we need a pulse from it. Let's just change that then. Converts constitute pulses when high to low. Right, so it goes from high to low, we get a pulse. Now we want to trigger a timer. It can't have an on delay because it'll never pulse, so you've got to set that to 0. So no on delay, but you need an off delay, I think. Yeah, an off delay. Let's try an off delay. Let's just say it's I don't know, say 10 seconds for now. Change the name of it. So this is the when it goes from high to low, so robot clear time. Robot clear time. So basically it's a duration the robots need to be clear to go on to the next stage. Right, robot clear duration. Right, robot clear duration. Right, okay. So we take that and pop that into there. So it's a robot clear duration, and we're saying the pulse can trigger it straight on. We can do a simulation. Let's just see that running. We don't need to involve any other circuit. So if we give it go from off to on, nothing happens. Oh no, it's happening straight away. Why? Shouldn't have happened then. Let's have a look. What have we done wrong? From off to on. I didn't change it from on to off. Only when it goes from on to off, because that's when we know the robot's left the area. Right, let's do it again. So you click that, nothing happens, and when you click it off, the robot passes. It's telling you I've left the area, and then it puts a timer on and counts 1 second. Do it again. Counts 1 second. Right, so that's part of that. So that's your robot clear duration. Now that's not long enough. So what we need to do is change that. Let's propose it takes 10 seconds. For debug, 5 seconds. Let's say 10 seconds. So we can just change that to, if you want 10 seconds, just go seconds. Alright. 10 seconds. Okay. Right, so let's just do it again. So nothing happens when you go from off to on. When you go from on to off, it starts counting up. Now what happens if you get another robot? It needs to restart the counter. It hasn't. So we need to then, when it comes back on, it needs to clear the timer, and when it clicks to off. So we should be able to link the output. So whenever that goes on, it'll reset the timer. Let's just try that. See what that does. Right, seems a bit mad, but we'll try it. So nothing's happening at the minute. We go from on, it gets a reset. That's no good because it's reset it. It's reset it. Yeah, so we need a... Yeah, it's no good. What that's done is reset the timer permanently, so it's missed the pulse, so yeah, it's no good. So we can't have that there, so what we're going to do, we might have to have another one of these. So that one currently, when it goes from high to low, yeah, so we want another one of these. Another one there, just under there, or you could put it down here. Like that. It needs to come from here over to there. I suppose you could put it up there. Right, that's okay. And what this does, it's the reset. I don't think we need the comment on that one. We can lose the comment off that one. Right. So, but we need the logic to do something else. So, if it receives a pulse again, so every time it receives a pulse, so we've already got a trigger going from on to off on that one. So when that goes from on to off, yeah, you can't have it at the same time, can you? Right. So let's just, so that triggers it and it starts the counter. And if it receives a, so it's basically this one again, isn't it? So once it triggers it, right, we're gonna have to think about that one. Yeah, can't, these states, they'll just cancel each other out. So what I'm going to do now is, when it triggers it on, it's got to, if it sees a transition, so from off to on, when it goes, sends another one through, yeah, from off to on, it's got to trigger that. Yeah. Right, okay, let's try that. So from off to on. The problem is it's going to trigger that. Oh, it's, yeah, that might work because it's tracking different states. Right, let's try it. Okay, so we'll switch it on. So it's going to go from off to on, it's going to reset the counter, which is going to make it miss this pulse again. Alright, so we might need a timer there. Let's reset the output. Or did it? Yeah. Yeah, it stopped it counting. But, no, hang on. It stopped it counting, but I haven't switched it from off on to off yet to pulse it. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's counting. And if we hit it on, another robot comes through, it resets the counter, stops the count. And if we come off it again, starts it counting again. Yeah, that looks like it'll work. Definitely looks like it'll work. That does. Alright, let's try it again. Send another robot through. Another robot's coming through. It's cancelled the timer. And we release it. The robot clears the zone. Drops the signal to IB. And the counter starts again. And little time robot shoots through, cancels the timer, clears the zone, and it times out, and it should just count up and output. So we can get our flag. That's the way of getting our so that went to off then. Hang on, let's try it again. So like that. So we're on for the duration. Right, so we're actually on at that point. We don't want to be on there. Yeah, we didn't want to be on, it's because it's not easy to see. Hang on. Let's put a temporary, just so we can see the state of this temporary lamp on this, so we can see it light up. We don't want to display anything. Right, so it's just a lamp so we can see it on. We don't want that to come on, but we need to set a flag. Yeah, I need to set a flag. So that timer, this is where the timers get complicated, right? So you put your robot drives through, it releases, the robot passes, you got an on straight away. So we don't really want the on until the timer's finished. So you can't use the signal directly, but it's counting down from a pulse. It's definitely got to be done from a pulse, but it's the wrong, we don't want the signal yet, so we're going to have to have another thing in there that sets another flag. Now we've got our flag here, so when it goes from on to off, it sets the flag. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. So let's just bring that. Now we want another one of these. Another one of these over here. Oh, it could be there. Let's just put it there. So we want one of these that sets the flag. Right, so we don't really need that one, but it's nice to see when it's on. Right, that's not good, is it? Why has it done that? Just put it up there. You've got to keep this neat, otherwise you end up in a bit of a mess with it. Right, so this needs to go from on to off. On to off. So from when it's transition from on to off, it'll then set the timer. Set the flag that says it's okay for PED mode. So we've got delay on and the pulse thing sorted. Right. See if it works. So we've got no signal down here yet. That's good. And when we come off, yeah, when we come off, we've still got no flag, and it counts the 10 seconds. And when it switches off, that problem is it's setting the flag. So if we do that again, I'll have to reset the flag. I can't reset it. Right, so if we stop again and run it again. Right, so if we set the flag, I think it's going to trigger this if we can't send a new robot through, so that's not going to do it. Let's try it. So it's counting down, and if we send a new one through, yeah, no, it's no good. So we can't directly. We want that thing at the end of the timer, but we don't. We definitely want that at the end of the timer, but it can't. We've got to take into account and block this if it sees another one. So if it sees another one, it's resetting this timer. It starts count. That resets it up until the timeout, the 10-second or whatever it is. It'll cancel that one out, but we need to also cancel this one out. So probably just need to fetch that to there again. Let's just try that, see if that is to cancel this set flag. Trial and error, somewhat trial and error. So it cancels that one, it cancels this flag. Yeah, because if you're saying reset it, it's stopping it, and you want it to stop this flag. But that will happen. Yeah, because once it's timed out, we know it can't go to there. Can't go to there. It's got to come via something else. So this flag can't directly go to this set. It can, but this needs to go through a Boolean once this flag is set. Yeah, so you're setting the flag to say the timer has expired, and we need to reset the timer if it gets cancelled out. But once it's expired, it can't get cancelled out from the same input, because we've give it its chance to stow away. This is our timing where we determine that the it's okay for PED mode. Once no pulses have arrived within a certain time. If they do arrive under the time, it cancels, resets the count, and always allows the 10 seconds from the last robot to traverse through. Then it gives you the pulse to set the flag after it's timed out. No, that's not quite right, is it? Hang on. No, because that's always going to pulse, isn't it? Even if I cancel it. Let's try that again. So I need some Boolean on the end of that anyway. So if I do that, and then I do that, it's going to set it, even though the timer hasn't expired, so that's no good. So that can't go directly to there. So we need a Boolean thing in there. Once this is set, it sets the flag. You can't unset the flag. So we must have the 10 seconds expired. Right, so that's not the right way. Yeah, that's not going to work for us, that is. I need to pulse off it after the duration. It's the wrong timer, I think. Let's find a different timer. Cyclic timing. Cyclic timing. There's one of these timers that does work for us. Not sure which one it is now. Let's just have a look at that one. Right, what's this one? On time, number of flashes, continuous flashing. So what we need is it doesn't output until the timer's expired. And the timer is expired when it transitions from one state to the other. Yeah, so we need a delay on, not it. That's right, so we don't need that one. We need to change this. Needs to set the flag before it, set a flag before it, so it's an off delay rather than an on delay. Yeah. Yeah, we want it the other way around. So it needs to be on for 10 seconds before it switches, not off for 10 seconds. So let's just change that around. Now you won't get it on for 10 seconds because you'll need a set flag here. So we need to cancel this. We need a flag that gets triggered, and if it gets reset in the meantime, it then cancels out the 10 seconds. Alright, that's a bit complicated. I've done similar stuff before, but I mean, let's just work it out. Right. So it needs to be an on delay, definitely. What about if we keep that? So we've got our resetting going on every time a robot passes, but that pulse then should be used to set a flag, not a flag. Needs to be a constant. Yeah, it's a weird one. This is what takes the time. Right. So let's just set it for 10 seconds the other way. See what happens, but this is not gonna work, but it's gonna, yeah, because it'll never be on for 10 seconds. What this does, it needs a constant signal on the input for 10 seconds before it'll count down, and all we're giving it is a pulse, so it'll never ever have enough time to do anything. So that's what we want really at this end. Actually, we could, if we're having a delay on, we could get rid of this and have that directly on there and use the set flag. So we need to change this around a bit. Right, so if we duplicate that and get rid of the set flag for a minute. Remember where all stuff goes. Right, robot clear duration, no. So it's going to output, it'll be an on delay. Yeah, once it's triggered, but yeah, got to have a sustained, yeah, so you need another one. Probably need both of these. So we'll have that one as a on delay. So once that's on for the duration, it sets this as a flag. Yeah, let's try that. I'll put that to there. That should be able to trigger that, I would have thought. That needs to go back to being a 10 second off delay, sorry. Right. That's no longer a robot clear duration, it's a something else. That just can be, just get rid of that. Okay. So that's what we had before. That will pulse and start the timer until it receives a new robot coming through, and it'll cancel the timer. Once it's output long enough to do, after it's 10 seconds, it'll then pulse this timer, which will act as a flag. So that'll act as a flag, and once it's done, it's what? On delay 10 seconds. No, I can't get an on delay for 10 seconds, can it? So we might not need that. Yeah, we don't need that. Yeah, because it has to be right. So there's two timers together there. Okay. So let's just get rid of that then. Put that there. So we're getting a delay, an on delay. I don't know what we're getting anymore. Let's just try it. Let's try it. Right, so if I do that and I pulse it off, that's counting on, and this is counting down the other way. Right, didn't set the flag. So it's actually following it, isn't it? Alright. Try it again. Try and get my head around it. What it's doing. That pulsed it straight away.
CQ2, this is Mike 0, Papa Victor November, M0 PVN, High Ground, Southwest Birmingham.
Oh yeah, because that's pulsing
M0
that
Papa
for the
Victor November,
duration.
High Ground, Southwest Birmingham, CQ2, listening on 425. Listening on 425.
It's not actually switching.
Speaking, just hang on, there's a few of us down there.
Right, because that timer's
425.
on for longer than this one. So they're both the same duration. I'm saying this outputs up until that point, and this one has to be on over that point, so it'll never happen. I think we can do this with a different timer.
This is Mike 0, Papa Victor November, M0 PVN.
I think you can set it for latching.
West Birmingham, High Ground, Southwest Birmingham, from the
Yeah,
Licky
latching.
Hills.
Let's try latching.
Listening on 425, listening on 425, QRZ.
Oh, I didn't know you could change that mid-flow without switching it off. Do you want to use the new? Yeah. Right. Let's go again. Let's see what it's doing. See what it does. Gets to 10 seconds. Will it latch the output? No. Alright, let's set that one. Okay. Let's set that one for 1 second less than the other one. See what it does now. So that'll go on for 10 seconds. This will go to 9. It should latch. So it's latched. Oh, it's immediately gone off again. So you can't use that as a flag. I thought you could latch them. Keep it state. Alright, so that's not going to work with that timer then. So what we need is... yeah, timer. So we need it when it goes from, yeah, it needs to, probably need another timer, different type of timer. Let's have a look at some of the other ones. Right, what's that one do? Flashes, number of flashes. No, we don't want a flashing timer on that. Let's try another one. On time, off time. See what the information tells me about it. Cyclic timing function generates pulses, flashes on the input rising edge. The duration of the pulse and the duration between each pulse can be set. No, sounds a bit too complicated. Right, what else we got? Cyclic timing. Is that the one? Same one? That's the same one. What are these? Yeah, some of these will stay on. I probably used the wrong kind of timer. Oh, what's this one? Timer. Time used to delay, prolong the control actions over a predetermined timer. Timer has 3 functions. Timer on delay, timer off delay. Don't know. Right, let's just give it units. 0.1 second unit. What's that? Seconds. Where'd you put your value? I don't get that one. Right, function, so yeah, this might be the one. Right. Timer BH function creates a pulse on the output of the rising edge of the input. Processing the command function B regardless of the duration of the command pulse. The output is active for a duration that has been set. Function the output is inactive at the end of the set time or on the falling edge of the command. Activation the reset. If you can understand that, you can understand anything. On time. Let's just say 10 seconds, see what happens. Right, so we'll put that into there and see what happens. Trial and error. It's not good trial and error, but I've been to sleep since the last time I did loads of work on stuff. Right. So that goes like that. So what did it do? Oh, it didn't. Hang on. I only give it 1 second. I'll give it 1/100th of a second. So I'll give it 10 seconds. One of these will do the trick for most probably. I would have thought. So it's counting up. When that goes off, we need this to stay on. No, it's going off again. Alright, let's try the other mode. My god. Alright, let's try this mode. Don't know what that does. It's on now. Will it stay on? No, it doesn't really change anything, does it? Right, let's rethink it then. Rethink it. So we're getting our signal here, but because we were detecting when it went from, that does the nice reset stuff when it's giving us an output. But
hello, CQ2 from high
we
ground.
need a bit of boolean in there, I think.
CQ2 meters, high ground, south Birmingham, Licker Hills. This is Mike Papa Victor November. Operator Paul M0PVN. Listening on 425.
So we can't.
Talking on there, don't worry, just
So we've got the timer that triggers.
Listening on 425.
Needs to be with a boolean. Right, let's give it a boolean. So with a boolean. And I did programming initially back in 1980s. Nobody taught me what, so I used to call the things different. I used to call it a Boolean algebra instead of boolean, and integer I used to call integer, because I had no one to tell me otherwise. If you're self-taught, problem. Right, so I'm going to connect that up to there. Right, I'm going to connect that up to, that needs to be on a pulse off. Paste, yeah. So anyway, so we put that on a pulse off. So when it goes from on to off, it'll give you a pulse, but it'll ignore the pulse. It's going to ignore the pulse if something else comes along with it, which we don't know yet. Right, let's work that out. So unless it's time, yeah. Right. So we need to set a flag here. But we were setting a flag before we put that timer in. So we need to set a flag when it's absolutely at the end of the 10 second. Not when it goes off. Alright, there's got to be another. I'm sure there's another timer I used here somewhere. See if there's any more timers. Timer BW, what's that one? Is that just a basic? Oh no, that's not it. Right, hang on. Oh, I got this one. What's this one do? Oh, that's the one we're using already. On delay, off delay. What else we got? Right. What's this one? Why has that got 1 second? Latching. But where'd you put your value? I don't get that one. Let's just see what it does anyway. Let's just see what it does. Alright, I don't know. Let's just put that straight to there. See what it does. It doesn't do anything. Oh, you've got to give it. You've got to provide it with something else. Its other input. Oh, that's the reset. That's the command. What's this? On set point value. Right. Some of these I don't use. I never used them. AC. That's the normal one, isn't it? Yeah, we don't want that one. I got the one that does on time, off time, number of flashes, continuous flash, duration. No, we don't want flashing. Right, what else we got? More flashing. Cyclic timing. Duration, no. Right, so we ain't going to be able to do it with a timer. We've got to look at a different way of doing it. Right, let's go through again. Got to keep the level of concentration going so I don't lose myself in it. Hence all the writing down to start with. Right. So we've got our pulse coming in and we've got our way of resetting this counter. But the reset resets the trigger, but we must have the 10-second duration before it sets the flag. So let's just see what that's doing again. So we go like that and it starts counting away, and if we cancel it, it cancels it, and if we let it count down, it goes all the way to the end. Yeah, so it's got to exceed before, and that needs to set a flag then, but only when it's finished its timing. So, but we need to reset the timing if one comes through in the meantime. So yeah, I need to reset the time. That needs to stay latched really once it's got to the 10 seconds until something comes through. So it's on at the minute, then it goes to off. But we can't have it because we got a reset on it where we can do this. We're getting the same result without the timing expiring. So that's not going to be any good there. Right, so that's the wrong kind of thing. So Right, we need, let's have a look at that on the chart. That's the wrong kind of timer, and we need a different kind of timer. Not sure which one. Let's look at these charts. These are flash. These are timer LI. It's a bit like an NE555 timer, where you want to go from one state to another. High to low AC timer. That looks like the right one, doesn't it? What's that do? So it's got a timer on it, but this seconds cycle. See what it says, right? Used to delay, prolong and control actions over a predetermined time. Timer has three functions: timer on delay or timer active, timer off delay or timer idle. Combination of functions A and C. Function is accessible for parameters. God, here's a chart. Following diagram shows the operation of the timer in function A. On delay, output, off delay, right. So I thought an on delay would do us, you know. What's that set to? It's set to an off delay. So we want an on delay, don't we? I think it's an on delay we want. Right, let's change that to 0 and put that in as 10 seconds. On delay. It's latching. Whether we need latching. Let's just try it like that for now. Yeah, there's a lot of trial and error on this stuff. Right, let's just go like that. So we switch to the off. It's not counting now. It's not doing anything there. So it's missing that because it's a pulse. Right, so I think we need to invert that output there. Right, let's invert this output straight. Let's try it that way. So we'll invert it. We're going to invert the output, so straight from here to there. Inverts the output, and it has to be off for a certain time. Let's get rid of that 1 minute. So we're going to be off for a certain time. So when it's off, because it's not on delay, it'll trigger and stay triggered. Is that right? Let's try it. But then we've got this affecting us. Let's just see what happens. Alright, because it's already inverted, it's already counting. Yeah, so it's counting. What happens if I give it one of those? It resets it. And then we come back the other state again, so the robot is clear. It starts counting again. Just let it time out now, expire, and what happens? It switches the output, stays switched, does it? Stays switched. Now what happens if I then send another robot through? It resets it. So it only comes on when it counts. So if I keep doing this, the output never gets active till it expires. Right, okay. And it stays on. That's probably what I was after, for it to stay on.
Hello CQ2, CQ2, this is Mike 0, Papa
So it stays on. And
on high ground in southwest Birmingham, and
if I do this, So it's on to say, robot area is clear until this other robot comes through and it cancels it out. So it's sort of like a flag based on the input state. So you can go over it as many times as you want until the duration is expired. And then you have to be clear for the duration of the whatever the timer set to, 10 seconds, and it'll latch. But it will reset again if someone comes over. So you've got that latch there. It's like a latch, yeah, so it's latched as long as robot doesn't come through. Set a robot through, it clears it again. Right, so we can do something with that. So we're no longer using that, so we can get rid of that one. So get rid of that one. Now that one is effectively working okay at the minute. So we're inverting the output. Right, it's gone a bit weird looking. Right. So we've got an output there, but we're getting a non-inverted output here. Let's reset in the latch, that's fine, that seems to be working right. So then we go from here and we're set, which is telling us we're okay for PED mode until the robot shoots through. That's okay because it'll cancel out the okay for PED mode. So we don't necessarily, do we need another timer now? I can get rid of a timer. So we've got what we want to there. Let's just say what we've got. Do another run of it. Right. So starts up, there's no robot active, and it starts timing out to say PED mode is clear. Robot clear, so it's telling us there's no robots in the area. If it just happens to come, if it happens to turn up, it'll reset it in between time, and even once it's expired, if it turns up, it'll drop out the flag. I like that, that's alright, I think that's alright. Then we need to so the only way that's going to switch on and off is when they send a robot through, and if they send a robot through when we're telling it not to, then it'll cancel. That's the robot clear duration, so we need to set a flag. This one here, okay for PED mode. But there can't be, it's not okay for PED mode. It's partially okay for PED mode, but we need another timer, so let's get rid of some of the stuff. What we don't need. We no longer need that one. The Boolean we can get rid of. The pulse we can get rid of. Alright, we can, this timer, we don't need that timer there. Right, okay for PED mode. Yeah, we do need a timer. Are these the same things? They are, aren't they? So we need, once that switches to on, we've got to stop the robots. Switch this one on over here. And we're still tied in with, we inverted it, but we've got to interact with this Boolean. Disconnect it wherever it's coming from. Right, so okay for PED mode, right. So that's our internal flag saying we're okay for PED mode. Because the timing, so let's get rid of this one. Just get rid of that one, put that one over here. Just move that one over down here or something. Robot clear duration, is that still the right one? Right, it's going to be called robots. Right, yeah, robot clear duration, that's right. Okay, so we've got that there. And we've got our OK for PED mode. Now, at that point, do we want to control or switch it directly? Switch it directly. So when we're OK for PED mode, we've determined by a certain time of delay of the robots going through. Let's just run that now. At what point do we don't output that yet because nobody's asked to cross, obviously. So that one goes there, and we got another robot nipping through, cancels the timer. Another robot nips through, cancels the timer. Last robot goes through. It allows the timer to count down. And there's not been anyone else come through. It's set this flag now. Now if another one jumps on in the meantime, it cancels the timer out, so it's no longer OK for PED mode because we've received another robot, but we haven't necessarily told it to stop the robots yet. So what we've got to do is stop the robots. Stop the robots. So when this appears here, we've got to send the signal. Now, do we need a transition from when we stop, when we know we're OK for PED mode? Do we need another delay timer, or do we go and switch the output? ABG robots allowed low. That's still outputting the wrong value, isn't it, at the minute? Oh, nobody's asked for it. Yeah, because we've inverted it. Right. Oh, because I haven't switched that. That's supposed to be in that state. Right. I'll have to disconnect that. This gets complicated. So that's the default state, but when it's not switched off. Right, so that's the default state. And we've got this state here saying we're OK for PED mode. It's low, so robots are allowed. We need it to be a high, but it can't. Yeah, it needs to be a high, but then we need to wait while it. We need to wait for the last robots to come through or get clear before we proceed. But we need to disconnect. We need to disconnect. So if we get a request down here. So we get the request. There's robots coming in and out through the system. Robots allowed still, even though we're triggered. So we've got the opposite going on. So we need to disconnect whatever logic we got going on here. Robot mode active. Robots allowed. Yeah, that's right at the minute. But what we've got to do is, well, this is active. Bloody hell. Yeah, if that stays on, crikey. Jesus, need another break. Oh my god. Right. So we said we weren't going to touch these two, but we can't have this mode active because that was reflecting the state of the barriers. yeah, directly. Yeah, that's no longer the case anymore, because we now got to add into the equation this system. So one that's active and set, we need a delay on to turn. We need this on, and then we need a delay before we set robot mode active. And that's going straight to there, so that's got to be disconnected. Right, let's disconnect that. So that one's got to come off. Off there. So robot mode active. Alright. This is where you get lost in it. Right, so it'll no longer. So we're high, block AVGs, yes, we're blocking them. Because we haven't told it to switch on based on default is being blocked. So you have to get the walkway into a state. So that's going to switch on. Yeah, but nobody's asked to go through it yet. So nobody's asked to go through, so it doesn't need to be blocked. So this can just do whatever it wants to do. Because if nobody's asked to go through, so we need to switch this on a timer to switch that on when we want it to be blocked. Right, let's get a timer set up to go into there then, based on this one. Once this is on, does it need it needs a timer, because we can't have it triggering straight away. Right, so we probably need that one again over here somewhere. I'll put it there. What we're going to call this one? Right, so this one, robot clear duration. Then we want this one to say when it expires, it's block barriers. Yeah, block the barriers. Block AVG robots timer. Block AVG robots timer. Okay. Block AVG robots. Now that needs to go up to there. Okay, up to there. I'm going to block the robots, but it needs to be fed from this system here. Okay, so let's go to there. Okay. So that's got to be, I forget what the settings were for that now. Right, so it's on delay of 10 seconds. So that needs a certain amount of time to clear down. Let's say it's 5 seconds. 5 seconds to clear the robots. Hang on. So that's the on delay. Okay for PED mode. But we need to switch that 5 seconds after. Switch that. Block the robots and then wait 5 seconds before we initiate the pulse. which is okay for, where's it gone? What have I done with it? I've moved it to there, haven't I? Moved it to there. Button 3. So that can't go. Yeah, let's try it. See what we got so far. Alright, so default state with no signals on. It's starting to time out. There's no robots coming through, so it'll set the flag. And the barrier just happens to be in its up state. Alright, so it's open. So it won't allow statuses at age low robots allowed. Right, so they're allowed because it's, no, hang on, high block the robots, low, so we're allowed at the minute, which is, the boolean's not quite right here, based off the old one program. So the barriers are up. Oh no, that's right. Low, robots allowed. So that's right, because nobody's requested to come through. Nobody's requested to come through, and there's been no robots coming through. So if I send one through, what happens? It turns that off. If I send one through, so it's blocking it. Block the AVGs every time I send one through. That's not going to work. So yeah, so the boolean's got to be decoupled from that. Block AVG barriers. Alright, where's my timer? That's what my timer's counting out now. So what we need to do, yeah, this timer doesn't go to there, it's got to come direct from here to tell it to stop the barriers. Right, let's try something else. Right, so that's got to go block AVG barriers. So I got partial system. I think the problem is because we've got it configured for the old setting. Yeah, so it has to send a request. Status OK for PED mode. So then that would go up to, normally up to this boolean. The timer's saying so it's not strictly what it is it? It should be called something else. Robot status should be called robot clear status. Well, it is okay for PED mode, but yeah, anyway. So then that goes on to this timer, but that needs to go straight to switch off, block the AVG barriers. Then it needs to wait for this time before it outputs to set the trigger off. So that shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be there. This should be there. I put that somewhere so it's not in the way. Oh, it's not easy. Hang on. put that somewhere else. Right, so we've got that going up to there. Right, that blocks the barriers, and then after this timer expires, it's got to set the start this going. Based off what though? When this gets set, it does the pulse. That timer. So for that to send the pulse, it has to be, we need this extra bit of boolean off this. Let's just take it up to there. Tell you what, take that off a minute. Let's just see what we've got so far. Right, so what we've got. We've got a robot there, so it's high block AVG. Why are we blocking it? Because we've got a robot there, that's not right, is it? Block AVG, yeah, block because it doesn't run a cycle. It hasn't run a cycle, so right, let's just see what happens. Something not right here. Oh, maybe it's the... Right, let's just change that state. Right, so now we've timed out. OK for PED mode. So it's low. AVG barriers allowed when it's low. That's the wrong state, isn't it? We need to change that boolean. Right, and that's timed out. We haven't sent it anywhere. It's on, so it would have gone up to this boolean. Right, so let's change the state of that then. Change the state of this one. It's currently on and off. And what we want is on and off. Do we want both off? Both off. Let's try both off. Both off. So normal state. So we're counting down. Why are we counting down? Oh yeah, because there's no robots coming through. That's right. Robot there, we're not counting down, now we're counting down. We're low, so we're OK for robots are allowed. And when it switches, it's gone high, blocks the AVG robots. This is starting to count. 5. I didn't see it count 5, why not? Let's try again. Right, let's go again. Oh, they're both... No, they're not counting yet. Alright, that one's 10 seconds. Now this has started counting, yeah. After the robot is clear. Oh, 5. I think I got that wrong. Hang on. That's on 100 milliseconds, I think. No. It's on 5 seconds. Didn't seem to be 5 seconds. It seemed to be less. Oh well, let's just raise it up a bit. Right, so we've got the barrier normal sequence. There's a robot coming through. We're on low, okay for robots. Yeah, because there's a robot in the walkway. As soon as we come out of that, it's clear. Another robot shoots through, it keeps it the same. Okay, let it time out once the robot's gone. So it's gone. There's currently no one requesting a walkway. So that's counting up. It's switched to high to block the robots. It's counting up to 10 on this bit, which will then switch the walkway mode on after the 10 seconds. If I link that up to the boolean up here to activate this, maybe. So high there, we're blocking. I jump on, we immediately unblock. Now that might be a problem, because every time they send a robot through, we're saying block the robot. We don't want that. Not now, not anymore. So we want to release that. So what state is changing here? So it's once it's triggered. Yeah, so it's triggered now, blocking it, and we switch it off. So it's that one line. That one line there is stopping us. So the boolean, it's yeah, directly linked with that, isn't it? But it needs to block it. But right, why are we're blocking it in a weird way? Something not quite right. Right, so we've got the right state there to allow the robots. Robot barriers are open. You've got robots coming in and out. That's fine, and they're being allowed at the minute. As soon as it clears, I know why. I know why. What we're not taking into account that there's nobody requesting to walk across. It only needs to do this once there's a request gone in. So we need to feed that request down into this system here, because it's now high and blocked it, but it should only do that when there's a request gone in. No request has gone in yet, so we put a request in and the request has gone in. It's set PED request flag. It's outputting the brown pair constantly, and we're blocking the AVG from the last time, I think it was. Let's just run that again. Stop the program and run again. Right, so we'll just put that into its default state. So this is low, it's allowing, and the counter's running to say it's clear. Right, and now it's outputting here and switching it high. Now it shouldn't do that yet until it's received. It needs to switch it though, but only switch this on. Okay, for PED mode. That seems to go no matter what's going on, as the robots are just doing a timer between robots, a delay, a gap between no robots, then it's potentially okay for PED mode. So that needs to stay like that, but then it doesn't need to output this. We're not outputting anything yet, are we? So that's the mode that needs to be blocked until there's a request for PED mode flag. Now if I drop a request, that remembers it there and it outputs this. So that then would have to be analysed in here. Right, so we need to take this request over to this. So we can't switch that mode until switch the mode until it's set, so it can't affect the output until someone requests a crossing. So I've got to change this boolean, so it must be on. So we've got so far off, so we need now off, on. Take that out there. Right, let's try again. Right, so we do that. So we let this time out. It's being blocked at the minute until it times out, which is right, because it gives the chance the system to boot up and detect that there's nothing coming through. Alright, hang on. So yeah, no, nothing's come through, which is the default state, but it shouldn't be blocking yet, but it's now blocking because the third line has got, right, so it's blocking already. So barrier's not allowed. Why is that? Unless you have to run a first sequence. Let's have a look, see. So we can turn that on and off. So it's still blocking, that's right. Still blocking at the minute. I know it's clear, it's going to carry on, so it shouldn't change the state of this when it times out, because we told it has to be on for it to change the state. So then it times out. Yeah, it still stays blocking. Then we need a PED request to let it to go through, but it shouldn't be blocking at the minute. So I put the inverter in, so right, so it shouldn't be blocking until it's had a PED request. So in order for that to pass through, it has to be off, and on. Yeah. So we've got the timer to say it's clear. So maybe that needs to be a 1. No, because that would have to be blocking. So we need that only to go through to there. So that needs to be, so that's a blocking. We are blocking, so that's right, because we're not outputting there because we're inverted. That's where it gets confusing. So maybe we'll get rid of the inverter then and change the boolean to match it. Get rid of the inverter. I don't like the blooming inverters on the output anyway. Right. Right, let's get rid of the inverter. Get rid of the inverter. Put that over there. Let's see what's happening now. It's all obviously going to be wrong state of affairs. So low, non-blocking. See, that's the problem now. See, because that walkway is not up. The barriers aren't up until I do that, so it shouldn't be allowing anything through. So right, we need to stop that, and that's not quite right. So where's that coming from? That's coming from that flag. So until that flag gets set, no, we don't need to change, so that's not quite right. Let's take that off there. Take that, oh, put it back. Hang on. Problem is this, you can't change it back again. No, get rid of it. Right, so we've got to leave that alone. So we only want to block this when this is not on. So that will come back to there. Where does that go through to? It needs a continuous signal. So it must be track. It must track that one. Where's that one going to? That's to there. Right, where's this going? That goes to this ore. No, it doesn't. It goes down to here. To this output. So that ore. So that one is the override and that one's the button. Ah, it was this one. We took one off here, didn't we? Oh, need a little break now. Oh dear me, the brain's frying. Shit. The brain's frying now. It's starting to get dark. Shit, time's going, man. Right. Bloody hell. How long have we been going? 3.5 hours. Right, still got a few hours left in it. Let's try and work this out. So we don't want to change the state. It's got to follow the state of this. OK for PED mode. Walkway status. This is complicated. Very complicated. That can't directly interact with that because it's got to know when it's open, otherwise it's not okay for PED mode. Right, so let's bring, why haven't I got a signal, or did I get rid of one? So that one goes through to there and it goes all the way down to this boolean. Now I need a direct correlation from there. It's not okay for PED mode if the barriers aren't open. Right, so let's just run one through. I thought I'd already got one in there, I must have deleted it or something. Right, let's try it again. Right, so let's go robot mode on delay. So we've got an on delay. Right, so robot mode. Right, so it's set from there, isn't it? And we don't forget we've put this one in since, and it was connected to something else. So yeah, I've got rid of some. I've replaced that one with. It came from over there. So what I've got to do is. So we're using that. We're going through a timer. Robot mode on delay. So it's a little on delay. We'll keep that. Then we've got this boolean going on here. Robot mode active. Let's see when that comes in. Right, so robot mode active. Right, okay. That's what we need. We need it from there. Okay, so I think what we need to do is run that down to here. Tell you what, we'll turn off there. We'll put this robot mode active. Right, so I'll stick that there. Robot mode active. And that's got to be a 1. Now it's going to output. Now it needs to be a 1 for it to output a 0. So it needs to be not robot mode active, so a 0, yeah. So that's what we had before. Okay. So when that's a 1, it's saying robot mode is active. But it's not allowing it through. Hang on. It's a 1, yeah, so it won't allow it through. It was a 0 last time, so that's right. Now this one comes from here, which is the override. If it gets overridden. And we need one from here.
QSY 425, if you can hear me. Just looking to get as many in the log as we can. From high ground, southwest Birmingham on 425 QSY.
So that has to go through to there, but not quite. So it has to go through to robots are clear. So then you're okay for PED mode. Flag would have come through to there. It has to be sent up to the top here. That remembers the flag. And that has to time out. That has to go over to this. That doesn't have to, yeah, that has to tell me we're okay to go to PED mode. Okay to PED mode. But only after this one is expired. That needs to go up to there. So we don't necessarily need the link from here to there. Do we? Oh no, let's try it. Right, so that's your normal mode. It's counting down now. It's blocking. So what happens when it gets to the thing? It should be still blocked because my barriers aren't open for the robot. So it's still blocking. So if we barriers suddenly become up, that's right. It's switched it to low to allow the robots. Only while that's outputting. And we go. We're okay for PED mode. To switch to PED mode. Because we've delayed it. Now if we do that, we're no longer okay for PED mode until it times out. It's counting up. So it's switching over now. Now it's gonna... Right, I need to block then. At that point it needs to block, but only once, only if we've got a PED request. So that's doing what it's supposed to do to allow the robots through while they pass through. But when we get a PED request flag lit, which is this line here, if this outputs here, which is that one, we then need to go in with this one and the PED request to switch. Yeah, PED request and this signal high to switch the status. So we need another bool, or we can feed it straight into there. So this can only go, yes, you must have that mode, but we still need to control this boolean, so you can't alter it from there. We can, yeah, we only want to pass this through to switch the mode if there's a PED request. So we need another boolean separate to this one. Right, let's put another boolean in then. Right, so boolean. Right, where are we going to put this boolean? Let's put the boolean. It comes right one off here. So we want one off there. We're going to there. Like that. So one off that, and we need the one off this flag here into there, like that. Let's move it up a bit. Right, so we've got that one, and we've got that one, that's right, and we've got that one. Okay, so once we've got that on and this on, we've got a PED request mode in there, and we're clear, and then we want to stop the robots. So then we need to send a signal to something. Now the only problem is that Boolean right, so this Boolean, so that needs to be on and this needs to be on at the same time. So we want a 1-1 on it. Then it'll output to this. Now we want the transition going on there without this. So we can't directly link it into that. So what we've got to do is only allow this to go through to there. Maybe that'll have to be in exclusive OR. Don't know. Let's just see what we've got so far. Try and work it out. So we're blocking at the minute because our barriers aren't shut. So, well, sorry, barriers aren't open for the robots to go through. So now we're okay there. Nobody's made a PED request. Robots can shoot through at will. And when they're finished, this will go high. Alright, and that's coming to there. Nobody's made a PED request, so until we get a PED request, now I need to do, let me just give it a PED request. So we're off at the minute. So we've got the PED request, the flag is set, so this is on. This timer's on, which we haven't used yet. So that's the clear, block AVG barriers. After, no, it blocks them. So we've got a PED request, we're outputting there, we haven't pulsed the walkway yet. So the robot system knows we've got a PED request. It sends a few through at will. Like that, sends them through, and this one is gone off. But it then needs to go through to somewhere. We need to change the status. This status now is counting down. That's to activate the PED side of it, the PED pulse. But so this one, when it's like this, output in there, it needs to swap this over, regardless of this other stuff. Right, so we need an exclusive OR there, I think. Yeah. Let's try an exclusive OR on that. Logic, exclusive OR. I need that there, like that. And hopefully they'll be able to do their own function without stopping or blocking each other. And it still won't pulse the output, because the output of this, after this timer, once it times out, but that's going to have to go through a Boolean as well to go up to this. But we'll sort that bit out in a minute. Right, so we've got blocking going on, and the barriers are now open, so then can allow robots. So it's allowing robots. This is just timing out because there's no robots coming through. Right, it's now on. So they're both on, and no PED request. So robot, this is low, which is okay to allow the robots to go through. And if I suddenly change that, it goes back to red because the robots, for some reason, someone's put them in manual or whatever, and they've changed. So you block the robots whenever them barriers move away from to allow robots through. So we're back again. Now I need to make sure this bit will work to override that bit. So to do that we need a PED request. So give it a PED request, and we're blocking. That looks good. It seems like it's doing the trick. Now what happens if we get, so if we're blocking, we've got our mode there, we've blocked the robot barriers, and they take a little while while they're blocked to, then it might be one or two flowing through. Now I saw it transition then as they flowed through. Alright, so we can't, yeah, we're in PED request, but we're blocking, that's right. But if they drive through, what happens? We're still switching them as they're driving through. That's not what we want. Now that's based off this, so we need to block this. We need to stop this. Yeah, I need to stop that from changing the state of this. But we've got a PED request. Yeah, because it'll transition. It'll get the PED request, and it's still got to move some barriers through. And if we move them through, if we move a few, if it moves the last few through, while it's saying robots allowed, it's got to be allowed to let them move through till it's clear. I don't know if that's how it works, or is it the case once we signal them? Anyway, we can't have that transitioning. Once this mode is on, and once it's given the first state change, it's got to stay like that until it returns back again off this one. Right. Right, so what we've got to do is hold it off. Stop that signal. I have to go through the sequence again, so let's clear the signal. Oh, we haven't cleared it yet. Oh, we haven't sent it up to there yet. Right, so I'll have to stop it and run it again because we haven't got all the circuits in place yet. Right, so we just do nothing. We switch the power on, we do nothing. It's blocking the output. It's timing out. Still blocking the output, that's right. Now the barriers powered up and they go into the robot open mode. So, and then it unblocks them, lets the system carry on. Lets the system carry on. So that's the normal mode, and then if we have robots traversing through the system, it'll just light up when it's clear, but it won't go any further than that. Right, that's on now, and that's on, so But that timer can't be onto here until it's had a block AVG robots. Yeah, we don't want to be blocking anything because we haven't had a PED request yet. So we have to disconnect that from there, so it gets as far as this. It works on an exclusive OR. We drop that, it immediately blocks the barrier. That's one thing it does. Because it's a physical thing, the barriers are down. It's no good sending robots through when the barriers are down. So that's got to be taken off there. So we send that through, it cancels that thing out, starts it counting again. Right. Nobody's given a PED request yet. So it's lit that there, it's cancelling that, so that can't count that down until we've had a boolean on it. So let's take that off there. Got to tie that somewhere else. Right, so I need a boolean. What would the boolean be though? So you have to be, for this timer to go off and trigger the pulse, you'd need a boot. Let's get another boolean. What time we got? 3 o'clock. Right. So the boolean will carry on with that. So then this will go to the boolean. Let's just bring it in onto the second one. Right, now we need to bring one up to the, we need to know when this is in this mode, so it's probably one of these again. Can we do it another way? Hang on. Where's that? Oh, I don't know. No, it's got to go all the way to there, is it? That's going to confuse things a bit.
Mike 0 CQ2, CQ2 meters. CQ2, this is M0 PVM, listing on the high ground southwest Birmingham, 425. Birmingham on 425, 6Y. We'll see you there. 425 for any contact, please. Thank you.
Right, so we've got that flag coming into there. We've got this one. So that has to be on for this to be on. And that's a boolean there, so it's already, we've already got it there once already. So we've got that one to trigger this exclusive OR, but this one's now going to trigger this timer to go up to there. A little different set of boolean. Right, so this has to be, yeah, that has to be high, and so does that. Right, both have to be high. So 1 1. So that goes through to there, or it could be just an AND gate, but we'll leave it like that. Then it'll trigger this timer, which then, but it can't trigger that timer yet because it has to, based on this has to be fed into here, because that has to, well, that won't be like, yeah, it's the same lot of info, so that's fine. but then this timer has to expire to trigger the pulse. Yeah, so the pulse is triggered off this boolean here. So we were getting something down here. Awaiting acknowledge for ped mode. Alright, fatigue now, getting fatigue now. Dear, fatigue. Right, so this needs to go up to trigger this bool off this timer, which pulses the output. And that comes from this output here, so that's an OR. So I could do it off the back of there. I could feed this into there, so that button gets pressed, or this. Right, let's try it. Let's try it. That comes into there, or right. Okay. It's a bit confusing when it's like that. Right, so that goes into the door there. Let's go that way and go. Hang on. Right, so gotta go. I can move that back a bit. Right, so that goes round to there, into there, which then starts this timer going, but only if both of them are on. Right, let's see what's going on there with it. So we're blocking. The barriers have gone into their normal state. We're now not blocking. Timer, it's clear of signals. Just cancelled the clear. It's now clear again. Cancelled and it's clear again. So nobody's done a PED request yet. Alright, so then we're timed out there. We haven't got our timer activated yet. Oh no, we're wired up to this input, which will then trigger that, but only if there's a PED request. So we're waiting, there's no barriers coming through, robots coming through, barriers coming through. There's no robots coming through. We're allowing robots, even though they're not coming through. One comes through, so we're going back. Once it's clear, we're allowed the state again. In the meantime, somebody comes and presses the button. PED request. Right, so we've changed, because we're clear already. We've told it to stop, block the barriers. Now we're now timing out, and now we've pulsed our walkway system to open the barriers. So they open the barriers. We're still blocking. The robot's no longer in robot mode. The barriers start to close because we've pulsed it. So we drop those. We're still blocking, and it's entirely reliant on the walkway system now to cycle out and back to robot mode when it's finished. no other robots will be coming through here. If they did, what would happen? We're telling it to stop. Don't do it. Let's see what happens. Nothing, which is exactly... Actually, it's going to go through again. Even though we've got our PED mode still. We're still in PED mode active. We're timed out, nothing's happened, that's fine. Right, the barrier walkway has timed out and it's returning back to robot mode. Our barriers are raising up for robots, PED barriers are closed. This is returned back to normal. So we've timed out, we've allowed robots again. Yeah, as soon as the barrier comes down, robot barriers up, we're straight to PED mode. It clears the last PED request, and we're now back in robot mode active. And robots are whizzing through. There's a robot just coming through the system. So it's tight, it's counting them again. Robots are whizzing through. Counting them again. Okay. So it's just inactive now, so no robots coming through. They're allowed to go through, but they're not coming through. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Nobody's done a PED request. Someone's doing a PED request now. Right, because there's no robots coming through. We've switched straight to what's the name, and this is timing out to give the pulse to allow the robots to clear. So it pulses the walkway. Walkway then opens and robot barriers close first. And you're still in hold off mode. You've got the 2 bits of criteria. Right. What happens if you go key switch mode? What happens now? You're overriding the walkway. No, that's not quite right. We're flashing it, but we're allowing robots now. We don't want, when we're override, we don't want to be. We're overriding the robot system to allow the walkway to work still, but that's allowing robots to come through even though we're flashing. So what we've got to do is change this override mode active, yeah. So it's flashing the lamp, but the boolean here, hang on, oh, the boolean goes to this. No, so where's it getting that from then? Robots allowed. So we've overridden the walkway, so in case it's faulty, it's no longer relying on the walkway being in the correct position, because we've overridden it. We're flashing a lamp to say it's overridden, but yeah, we need this signal to be different. It needs to be blocking here if you're overriding the walkway. When you're overriding the robot system, because the robot system is offline, you need to still use the walkway. So you're flashing it, so you're using it in just to tell you it's in overridden mode, but that needs to be blocking. So we need to block, send this override through. It comes to here and it's on this counter, but it also needs to block, needs to send the signal from here. It needs to send that same signal So it's already going to this, and we're saying that has to be which one is it? Hang on. That's the second one, so has to be on. No, has to be off. So they both have to be off. Alright, so but that was before the old logic. So I'd say in order for that pass that through, not in override. Yeah, because we've done it a different way. So what's the state of affairs with this one? Doesn't matter. So while this is in override, that needs to be held high. Blocking ABG. Yeah, so we just need to get rid of that and put in an OR gate to there, one to there, because if it's overridden, it's overridden. All else doesn't matter, everything else. So we want a signal from here, a signal from there to one of the ORs. Doesn't matter which one, but let's put it in there. Right, so we've got the OR going on here. Override mode, yeah, that's fine. Right, so that's right. So if it's in override, it will block the AGV, which the only reason you put it in override is if they want to take the robots offline and carry on using the walkway. For whatever reason, yeah, that's it. Right, let's try that again. Are we close, or is there a glitch? So we're outputting, blocking. Let's just let that time out, see what it does. With no signals on it. Still blocking. The ped walkway's just powered up. It's now non-blocking, so it's allowing. Robot mode is active. No ped walkway. Override, so we're overriding it, and it's flashing and blocking because we're in override. That's fine. Okay. Because we're on an OR gate, we're blocking. No amount of changing these signals will alter this. Any signal will keep this active. Right. So we'll take off the override, give it a ped request. So it's giving it a ped request. We're now blocking. Why are we blocking? Right, we were blocking for some reason straight away, were we? Don't know. Let's have a look. Hang on. Let's go back into this one. Alright, so we like that. We'll drop that one. So what happened there? Why are we still like that? Because no. Oh yeah, we're clear of it. Don't know what's going on there. Right, so we'll give it a request. Alright, lost that bit then, so I have to go through it again. Right, so we're clear. We're non-blocking. The barriers are open. You get a ped request. We're now blocking. Why are we blocking straight away from a ped request? Because we're clear, there's no barriers coming through, so it can allow it to go through straight away. Is that right? Yeah, because we're already on, because we're clear. Yeah, so we've got a PED request going on, but we're not outputted yet a pulse. But we have. Oh, because we wired up. Because I gave it a PED request. No? Yeah. But we've reset the PED request. And we're still outputting here from this one. Because why are we still outputting? We're blocking and we're outputting because we haven't swapped mode on the barrier. It hasn't dropped yet, so it's waiting for that to drop. So we drop that,
Mike 7 Oscar Romeo M7
and then we're timing the walkway's timing back out again, letting the people through. We're still blocking. The barrier returns back to normal. Clears the blocking, allows the robots to go through. We're in robot mode again.
Oh my goodness, yeah, okay, over.
Alright, let's try again. Alright, we're going to override. We're blocking, we're flashing light. Okay, we do a PED request while we're in override. Now this is the thing. While we're in override now, it's got to keep blocking but pulse the walkway. Let's try it. Yeah, it's pulsed the walkway. That's fine, so it can carry on while we're in override and blocking the robots. So that's fine. So that comes down. Barriers go through the sequence. As soon as the barriers go back up again, times out, it returns back to... No, what's it doing? Oh, I've still got override on. Yeah, that's right, because it can't return back when you're in override. So you've got to take the override key switch back to normal, and you can use the system. And now it's not blocking anymore because the barriers are open. Right, let's try another sequence. So we drop a few things through. Alright, we're not clear. Somebody's requested it while we're not clear. So we've got a request in the queue. This is still timing out from the last barrier. It's then blocking, and it should then pulse the barrier because we're okay to pulse the barrier after the set time. There's your pulse. Right, I don't know, I think that's it. Let's try a different scenario. What scenario? Right, so you're blocking. We're blocking now because we've got a PED request. We've been PED mode, so we're blocking. It's waiting for the barriers to cycle out and back again. And it's cleared it. We're back in robot mode. Let's have a look at the... Let's see what the front panel's telling us. Robot barriers open, PED barriers closed. Okay. So override active caution. Robot barriers open, so take them off. It's gone back to default display because it's got nothing on. So that's so it can monitor the inputs for debugging. Alright, so we're back to there. Robot barriers open, PED barriers closed. So we could change that to non-blocking as well. So we're non-blocking. Right, so we get a PED request. Awaiting knowledge for PED mode. So it's still waiting for knowledge for PED mode. And now it's timing out. PED mode clear. Acknowledge. Awaiting acknowledge for PED mode. Right. What's that? So we've pulsed the output. It's waiting for this to transition. Right, acknowledge for PED mode, so it's not strictly true, so it would have done that. So I've got to alter some of this stuff now. And then it's right, so it's not waiting to acknowledge for PED mode anymore. I'm waiting for walkway to cycle out. Right, so what does this say? We've got some extra stuff going on now. Yeah, so we need to alter this display now to do the right stuff. Right, so let's have a look. PED mode active. That's okay. Robot mode active. What's that going to say? Robot mode active. Right, fair play. I don't know if it ever says that. I've never seen it see that. Because there's something else active at the same time. Let's have a look. See which one of these are active. Alright, they're all off at the minute. They're all off. What's this for? What did I put there? Opto, one. Switching. Oh, it's just, they're just notes. Just notes they are. Yeah, I forgot what they were. They were just notes. Right, so right. So let's put it into that mode. See which one lights up. So robot mode active. So if that's the only one on, what's the window saying? Robot bar is open, PED bar is closed. Right, okay. Right. So we've only got one on. Oh, that's active as well. So we've got two active. So that's why it never ever sees robot mode active. Shows you there, but it won't actually come up here because that one's took over. Robot bar is open, PED bar is closed. So I suppose it could say, yeah, we could probably lose that one and just go robot mode active. But that's only if actually it's not. Yeah, so robot mode is active. Yeah, better be careful with this, some of this. More, no good deed goes unpunished. More is not necessarily better. So what we need now is, we're not telling you, yeah, we leave it, so robot mode active, so we'll leave it as it is. It's there, but yeah, right, so what's the next mode? So we go PED request and awaiting acknowledge for PED mode. So what's it waiting for? PED mode's active. Oh, also awaiting acknowledge for PED mode, so there's two active at once. These are more internal stuff. Alright, so then we want to do that. So it then changes awaiting knowledge for PED mode. So there's something logic wise. Yeah, these logics aren't quite right now, are they? They're not right. So ignore those two. So these two down here, we're blocking, so we're in PED mode. Waiting acknowledge for PED mode, so it's not waiting acknowledge for PED mode anymore. So we're in PED mode. Yeah, we're in PED mode here. Right, so we'll have to lose this one. We've got some Boolean going on, but we don't necessarily need it. Robot barriers open. These are just messages. They don't alter the logic. They're just messages come up on the screen. My hand's going numb now. Right, I'm gonna have another break and make another drink, and we'll be back in a bit. So, see you in a bit.
Just find the right place in the program,
Oh, dear.
make the appropriate change, and we'll run the whole thing again.
We're back. Oh, hell. Oh, I've just forgot the 3D printing was happening. I just forgot all about it, and I've just pulled them out of the printer. One didn't turn out too well. Probably the first time we're printing for the, you know, the start of it. This one didn't turn out too well. The corner's a bit weird there. See it? But the rest of them are okay. I don't know, these are little dongles. Little dongles. Actually, you can't. Yeah, that should work. What's going on? Oh yeah, that's it. So the little dongles for the display. Put a little display in there. A little display inside there. Actually, I should have a delivery. I've ordered some more. Right. Anyway, let's put that away. I've got to print some more while I'm waiting, because there's gone wrong there. So, well, probably won't matter too much. A little bit gone wrong, so I'll have to sort that out. Let's print some more out. It's only about it's about 60 pence of plastic. I'll just get another load of them running. Right, let's get another load of them running. Go back to print again. We'll just do some more. I need one more because the one went wrong. Right, one went wrong, so I need another one. Clone it. Just need another one, and I'll have to move these up a bit. Every time one goes wrong, you've got to print another one to make up for it. Right, is that okay? Yeah. Alright, slice the plate. This will probably cost about 70p this time. Oh, 82 pence. Oh well. 1 hour 44. Right, let's get them going. I don't think we need to do a bed leveling this time round. Okay. Let's get that going, and then we can get back onto this. So from what I can gather, the walkways interface is working. Just need to alter the code on it. The display, what comes up when it's in different modes, still reflecting the old system at the minute. Let's just get this done. Get this on the go. Yeah, that's the inside of it. Just bringing the bed up. Right. Alright, we'll leave that alone now. Get rid of that. Leave that in the background running. I didn't watch it at all before, so it could have all turned to string. So anyway, right, so this is, looks like it's running to me, looks like. So what we got to do now is get rid of some of these booleans for the robot barriers open, PED barriers closed. Do we need that one? Acknowledge for PED mode received. No, that will be an internal thing. So what have we got now? We've got status OK for PED mode. Right. So that'll obviously transition in. That's more of an internal thing. Then we've got PED mode. So what modes do we want? What do we need to know? Status for this one. Be nice if we could see the status, because some problem with the blue pair locking up on the input. So if the display could also show you the state of that, would be good. Then there's no ambiguity of the program doing holding it. It's might rather than the way the wiring configuration or the input type or whatever on the robot system. Right, let's see what we need. So we've got override. We need override. Robot mode, PED mode. We can leave that. Awaiting acknowledgement for a PED mode. It's no longer awaiting acknowledgement for a PED mode on the orange pair because that's not what it does anymore, or not how it was programmed. So we could lose that one, but that is tied in with this one down here. Robot browser open, PED mode is closed. So that's just a look. I think we can get rid of that one. Let's get rid of that logic and that logic, that boolean, and we don't need to wait. I don't need this one. Acknowledge receive switching modes. No, that won't be received. It's done internally now, so that can go. Waiting acknowledge for PED mode. Awaiting PED mode clear. Not necessarily. So we could use this for something else. Acknowledge for PED mode received. No, none of that. Right, so awaiting acknowledge for PED mode. No, we don't need that either. So right, let's get rid of that, and that, and that. Let's get rid of all that. Right, let's try it now. See what we got now. Looks simple now, isn't it? Right, let's have another go at it. Right, so we'd have to look at the display though. Right, so we've got nothing going on. It's not telling you anything. So really, I mean, that while it's not, none of the inputs are on. That one's on because it's blocking. That's right, because we haven't got this on. So I suppose it could say being blocked. Yeah, so we might put that on there. So we get, yeah, we want that status, don't we? Yeah, so okay, let's just do that then. Right, let's copy one of these, put it over here. Oh, for letters now. Right, so if it's high, yeah. If it's high, it needs to do. It'll only light up if it's high. Right, do we need to know when it's blocking or allowed? Don't know. Let's have a look. Right, so we want to know what the status of the output is. Okay, so we'll have two. We'll have two. It might not show up. Oh, it might show up. But it might not. It might get overridden by something else. So we'll have an inverter. Alright, so we'll have an inverter here. Okay, let's just line them all up like that. Right, so this inverter will be wired over from here to there. Like that. So that'll come down here through an inverter, and also we don't want the inverter this time. Okay, let's just take it back a tiny bit. Right, one inverted, one isn't. So when it's hang on. When it's high, it'll be this one. So it'll be blocking. Right, so it's not going to be override active. It's going to be right. So, oops, how can you edit that? Oh, here it is. Hang on. Blocking AVG. Blocking AVG robots. Right, line 2. How did I do this? Oh. Do you just go like that? Yeah. Robots. Okay. Blocking AVG robots. Oop, what happened to it? What have I done with it? It's gone. Comments.
M6 KD, M6 thank you. You're airport.
Alright. I don't think all this will show up, but we'll give it a go. Allowing AVG robots. Okay. They'll probably get overridden with something else, but anyway. Right, so let's see what happens then. So at least it'll show us the default state. Right, blocking AVG robots, which is true because it's high. So switch that on. Put the PED walkway into robot mode. Allowing AVG robots. Okay, and then what happens if we click on this one? Shouldn't change anything because we got rid of all of it. That's still allowing the robot, shows you directly the robot. Oops. Okay. Right. And then we go PED override key switch. Oh, it's saying blocking. No, you need to block that off. So it's blocking and override. Blocking and overriding, right, okay. We need a blocking and overriding. So this blocking has got to come out of there. And we need to say blocking, overriding and blocking and overriding. Oops, what have I done? Just press return, it's gone away. Right, so you don't press return, blocking. And overriding. Blocking and overriding. Whoops, what's happening there? Blocking and overriding. Right, blocking in override. Blocking in override. Oops, what happened there? Blocking in override mode. Blocking in override mode. Right, okay. So we need a little boolean. Do we want a boolean? Yeah, another boolean. Here. That goes to there. Oh no, hang on. Yeah, so we want like that. Yeah, so then we want another one of these over to here, like we had it originally. And then we want another one here to switch this on. Right, yeah, so the second one. Right, so we want one there, and we also want to know when we're in override mode. Right, override key switches there. Right, so we need that there into there. Right. We need to say this one needs to come on if we're blocking in override mode. Hang on. Okay, so that needs to be, if that's on and that's on, yeah, both on. Both on, it does this one instead. Right, let's try that to make sure it's got it right. Right, so we're blocking AVG robots. We stick the key switch on. We're blocking AVG robots in override mode. Right. Right, I suppose you could have a warning on that. Based on that, every time it flashes, you could say warning. Right. Anyway, that's going a bit too clever. We want to make sure it works really. With anyway, so that's that. What else we got? We do that. Should go to allowing AVG robot mode. And what happens if you override it now? Blocking AVG robots in, yeah, because you've overridden it. That's right. Doesn't matter what it was doing before. Now it's allowing again. Turn that off. It's blocking. Allowing. Right. Right. PED mode now. Blocking. It's blocking AVG barriers. PED request. Right, so we need another one now for the PED request. So another one of these. so right. Now, does it block straight away? I don't think it does it? Hang on, let's see what we got so far. Right, so we've got blocking AVG, allowing AVG barriers, robots. Right, got override, blocking. If we get a PED request, so if we put that higher there, we get a PED request, nothing happens, it's allowing. So it should say allowing with a PED request in the system. This one should say come back off. You get your PED request is in there, it's not showing anything different. Allowing AG, it's counting down. Is it going to pulse? Nearly. So it's going to pulse there, blocking AGV, it is blocking. Now it's pulsing, blocking. So yeah, we could put a few things in there, so let's do that. Alright, let's put the things in there, it's better for feedback. Right, so this needs to say, I forgot what this needs to say now. Oh, my memory's rubbish when it comes to what I've just done. Right, blocking AVG robots in override mode, so we need to get rid of that. So it's not blocking anymore. Well, let's just say allowing. Yeah, it's not. Right, we got the wrong one. We copied the wrong one, haven't we? Hang on. Let's just say allowing AVG robots and PED request received. PED request received. So it's allowing AVG robots PED request received. So all we've got to do is look at that's got to be low for allowing. Which one's low? That one, allowing robot. So that one has got to come into this one. Right, so that's allowing, and then we've got our PED request received. PED request received, okay. Into there. Okay. And right, so then that needs to be off. PED mode active off. Onto there. Can that do it? No. No, it's got to be there like that. It's not quite right, is it? Something blocking it. So we've already got one there, so we bring that one out like that. That one in. Right, that's okay. Right, so we want for this to happen, that must be off. That must be on. and that must be off, so we want a on, off, off. So an on, off, off, on, off, off. Let's have a look. Let's see what it's doing. Alright, so blocking AVG robots, allowing AVG robots, allowing AVG robots, PED request received. Okay, that's good. Then, blocking AVG robots. That needs to say PED request active. PED walkway. PED mode active, yeah. Right, okay, so let's get another one. Right, so this one needs to say blocking AVG robots, PED mode active. Oops, we've got to get rid of something before. PED mode active. Blocking AVG robot, PED mode active. Right, okay. Alright, now we've got to hook that in. So that needs to be high. So blocking, so that needs to be come from there. So I want that one going into there. No, that's not the one. Where is it? That one. That one. Right, so we've got that one going to there. So that's high, it'll be blocking. Right, so what we haven't done, hang on, let's just change this. I haven't gone into the comments and changed the comments to match. Allowing, right, and then this one needs to be changed as well. Okay, so we've got the one there, blocking PED mode active. So we're blocking and we need a signal off here. Yeah, PED mode active down to here. Right, where do we get that from? That's there, it needs to go into there, like that. Right, the boolean on this is on. PED mode active and blocking, right, okay. So I just need to be on and on. There, that's it. Right, here we go. Okay. Blocking AVG barriers, it's blocking. Allowing AVG robots. Okay, and then we do an override, blocking AVG robots in override mode. That doesn't actually tell you anything there. No, because that'll just keep changing. You could say robot past the walkway, but you'd have to do that to every scenario. So leave that one, and then we've got this one, blocking, because it's the barriers come down. Now it says blocking AVG robots. You don't know why, but I mean, because the walkway's down. But anyway, it's just showing the status of the actual lap. So the PED walkway, allowing AVG robots, PED request received. Okay, so when that times out, it should allowing AVG robots, so blocking AVG robots, PED mode active. So it did glitch there momentarily while it swapped over. It wasn't a glitch, it's the timing. I put in a timing in it. A point, slight bit of timing. Let's go through the mode again. Blocking AVG PED mode is active, so that needs to clear by cancelling that off and then returning back again. Blocking AVG robots, allowing AVG robots. Give a PED request. PED request received. It's timing out and it'll pulse the output when it's finished. Yeah, blocking AVG PED mode is active. So you drop the barrier shut and it's closing. Doesn't necessarily blocking AVG robot PED mode is still active because the walkways, and it returns back to normal. AVG allowing robots. Yeah. Okay. Right, so you're allowing robots. Yeah, it's ignoring that. That's fine. Override, blocking. Got a PED request received. Still timed out. So allowing AVG robots PED request received. So it took a while. So while it was counting down, blocking AVG barriers, PED request active. Yeah, so while it was counting down, so it ignores that. So it's blocking anyway. So it's waiting for this to return back to normal. Allowing AVG robots. Alright, there's no PED request, so PED request received. So it hasn't pulsed its timing out. Now what happens if you pass over there? Ah, yeah, so while you're passing out before allowing AVG robots, so it's going to wait. So the PED request doesn't mean you got PED mode, but so if a robot comes through, it's allowing AVG robots. Clear the timer counts down, goes away. Allowing AVG robots, you got your PED request all locked in. PED request received, it starts counting down to lock, allowing AVG robots. No, it wasn't allowing, was it? It was blocked. It was actually blocked at that point, so while it was counting down. Right. So something not quite right. Program's okay, it's just the information. So it was allowing, but it was actually blocking. And it should have been blocking, so one of them was taking over the other one. Right, allowing, I don't know where that problem was, because it's, I wonder if you can give them priority. Is there any priority setting on this thing? Don't know if they've got a priority. One or more messages may be hidden. What? Hidden? One or more messages may be hidden. Don't know what that is. Right. Current display. B80. AVG Barrow Robots PED request received. So you can't give them priority, so you've got to work it out in your logic. So we've got override mode sorted, allow AVG robots. And we've got allow with a PED request. Oh, that's got no logic, it's just direct. But it gets overridden, so we need to put a logic on that maybe. Don't know. So that'll make it work, but the display, by adding the display, doing a good deed, you're obviously you've got to cover more things. Alright, let's try and find out where it is again. It's difficult to spot it. It's exactly where the problem is. So we're blocking AVG robots at the minute. Oh, let me just check. Just checking the progress of the printing. Looks like one of the corners is sticking up. We'll let it carry on anyway. Yeah, it's a problem. If you do them singly, they come out better. Trying to get too much on the bed, you start lifting up. Anyway, right. Let's just check the stream. Stream's okay. 4 hours 58. Right. 20 past 4. So we're blocking at the minute. We're blocking because obviously there's loads of ways of blocking, but we're saying we're blocking. You don't know why you're blocking, but you're blocking. Could do with when that walkway mode is in. Yeah. Anyway, right. I'm thinking it's functioning. It's just the display now, the display criteria for the feedback. You don't necessarily need it, but it's nice to have it. So I'd need a more extensive way of, based on all this Boolean coming through, I need to cut out the one. So it's blocking AVG robots. So we put that in, and it'll go to allowing AVG robots. Right, and then we give it a PED request. Allowing AVG robots. No, it's not allowing. See that? It's not allowing because it's blocking. Right, so that did some weird stuff then. Yeah, something not right there. Blocking AVG robots, PED mode active. Now it is actually right now, it's blocking it now. So it's waiting for this to go on and off, open, close the barriers. So it's allowing AVG robots, which is true. Now I'll give a PED request. And it's allowing, it's not allowing, it should be blocking PED request received, so it's not doing the right one. Right, let's find out where the problem is. Allowing, right, so is that logic the same as the logic below it? So we've got off, on, off. Right, why have we? Oh, we've got 3 inputs. That's right. So we've got on, off, off on that one. That's the only one with 3 in it. And what's this one? On, on. Oh, on, that one. On, blocking. So AVG. So it doesn't know. Right, so when it's allowing, what is going on there? That is fed to. Oh, we're not feeding it anywhere. Are we? No, we haven't fed to that one. That's why. Allowing. So it's saying allowing, but we haven't actually fed it. Look. So if I move that like that. No, we're not going to it. Look, we've got that one, we've got that one, and we've got that one. So that's why we're not actually feeding this to tell it it's changed. So let's put that in. Don't know why we lost that one. Right, so this will be a 4-way boolean. So it's allowing, so it needs to be on if it's going to say allowing. So it needs to be all, hang on, what have we got? Off, on, off, off. Needs to be on. So on, off, on, off, off, on. That one it needs to be. Right, let's try that then. Right. Okay, blocking AVG robots. So then we go do that. Allowing AVG robots. Now PED request. Allowing AVG robots. No, that's not right. PED request received. Is it allowing? No, don't know. It glitched then, isn't it? Let's try it again. Blocking, it is blocking. Allowing, yes, it is allowing. PED request, allowing. That's now blocking. Which one's active? I've got 2 active. Allowing. Why is that active? Blocking. Blocking, allowing. Right. Allowing AVG. So you've got 2 active. Allowing. Blocking. Right, so blocking AVG robots, PED mode active. Yeah, so while it's counting down, hang on, we need to just go back to the. Let's go back to this. Something not quite right here. Right, so we go like that. So we're allowing. Now we're allowing robots. Then we go PED request. And we're still counting down here. Why has it gone straight to that? Straight to blocking. That's weird. Let's try it again. Right, so it's counting down now while it's on 0. So then we put that on. And it's still counting, and it turned it off. Why did it turn it off? Strange. Let's just have a quick look at that. Right, so we've got... What are we doing? I thought we had this running alright. All I've done is put this in. I haven't altered anything. Must have missed something. Right. So the walkway is active. Robot mode is active. We're off. Then we request. So we're already timed out here. We're saying it's clear. It's okay for PED mode, so that's why. So as soon as we switch that on, because we're okay for PED mode, no robots have come through. What we're doing is we're basically, as soon as we switch this, it comes on straight away. We don't want it to come on straight away. It needs to have a time delay. So that, why is that coming on straight away? Is that because it's already active? Right, let's just take that off again, go back to the default. So this is coming through here, it's already timed out, hasn't it? Yeah, so it's timed out. But what we don't get is a third or a second timer. So when we get the request, once we're active, because there could be a robot coming through any minute like that, which would clear it. Right, so I see what it's doing. It's once it's set and nothing comes through, it's okay as long as something's coming through. It keeps cancelling it off. So, alright, so it's counting down, and once it's triggered, it's set. And that's coming up to here, this boolean. Nobody's done a PED request, so it's blocking it. But as soon as you do a PED request, it goes high here. And there's still nothing coming through. It doesn't give you time for the PED request to delay slightly. I mean, if you hold the time off when you're going to transition, you're just going to hold it off for another time. Later, a few minutes later, same thing could happen. So we give it a PED request, and it goes straight on. So, yeah, because we're already saying it's clear. But hence this extra timer here, yeah. That's why we've got that timer there to before it pulses. Yeah, because it has to come on, because it has to tell the robot system that we've got a PED request. But what it shouldn't do is turn this off straight away. Yeah, it shouldn't turn that off. Oh, it shouldn't block it straight away as soon as we click that, because it's got to, but it's got to do it before it sends the pulse. So there needs to be another little timer, that triggers based on the PED request. That's the problem, isn't it? So if it does it based on the PED request, that's already set. So we're not getting but we're saying we're clear because it hasn't received a pulse for a while. So we're saying it's clear. But then we're transitioning as soon as we get an open a PED request. It's swapping the. It's already timed out on there, but is there any benefit from delaying the bed request from changing the state of this. I know for safety, it wants to stop it straight away, doesn't it? It wants to stop it because you're not sending robots through, and it takes a finite amount of time for them to stop the system and the robots to be clear of the area. So it needs to happen straight away, like it is. Straight away. Let's just try it again. So straight away it's saying it to stop. Yeah, but that's right. So the timer kicks in because it allows enough time for them to, if they're traversing through, to clear the area and stop. Clear the area and stop them, and hence the switching straight away. Yeah. Okay. And if they do happen to turn through, nothing happens because there shouldn't be anything coming through, and nothing happens because they're being blocked anyway. Right, then you open and close this and clear the PED mode. It clears that. Now it's free for robots. Still free for robots. Alright, so if we give it one of those, nothing will happen. It'll just come back on again and get so far and stop. Yeah. It's still free for robots. Somebody gives a PED request because it's clear. So we've got no timer here, we just set the flag directly. Robot mode on delay, right, so we've got a delay there. So we give it a pulse, it comes on, blocks them straight away, which takes time, their end, to stop them and keep them clear. This then times this. Now what did it do then? Did it switch on and off then? Don't know if it turned that off then, I'll have to try it again. Right, so it's cleared it. Right, so PED request. Switches straight away. Times out. Let's just keep an eye on this. This is blocking. Blocking, and it's pulsing, it's still then blocking. You open and close that, and back again, and right, it's going to turn it off because it's allowing the robots. You get your PED request, does it straight away. When it gets to the end of the sequence, it'll pulse that up there. It's took it off then. It took it off when it pulsed. It shouldn't take it off when it pulsed, so we've got to stop it taking it off when it pulses it. So for some reason it's taking it off. Now where is it taking it off? Let's try and find out where it's taking it off. Right, we're back on. Yeah, so we'll give it a pulse. There it is there. It's as soon as it gives the pulse here, these two are changed. Something's changing here. Okay, so the exclusive or they're both on. So that's where you get no. Yeah, you got a problem there then. Right, these were both on. Right, so if you get two signals both on, what happens? Let's go through it again. See it, so it's dropping it, isn't it? We don't want to drop it. So we got this going on. It's when both of these are on, it drops this. Yeah, it dropped it then. Right, so what we've got to do is, what is this one going to? PED request. So if this outputs, so we might need to feed that output into there. Let's try that. Might wreck this now, it's only a short. Right, so we'll put that into there. So if this is outputting, not to output this one, because it's exclusive, or we can't have both of them. So we've got all off. So off, 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 and on, that one. Only outputs if that, oh, no, they've all got to be off, sorry. All off. Let's try that. Might have messed it up. It's got to stay on. Alright, so we're on there. It's blocking. It will block because we're not, the barriers the wrong way around. That switches it back. That's right. So we go like this. It's counting down. It's gonna come up over here. So we're allowing still because nobody's asked for anything. We give it a PED request. We're blocking. We're timing out. We're still blocking. We're still blocking. So it didn't do the glitch then, did it? But this might stop something else working. Let's go through it again, have another look before we do anything. Right, so we're going to time out. So we're yeah, we're allowing. Now we give a PED request. We're blocking, we're blocking, we're blocking, we're blocking, we're blocking. Blocking, 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 blocking. Still blocking. Still blocking, yeah. So I need to watch that again, make sure it didn't unblock. Right, make sure it didn't glitch. So let's go through the process again. Not blocking, not blocking, not blocking. PED request. Blocking, 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 blocking. Blocking, blocking. The timer times out. It gives the pulse output at the top, so we're still blocking. Still blocking. Yeah, that stopped it blocking. Okay, so that cured one thing, but we've got to try the other way around now. See if it'll go the other way. Right, so override. Still blocking. Yeah, because that goes straight to an OR gate. That'll always work. Right, so what about this one? That's blocking because the barrier's down. Right, so well, we've got to have a PED request. So we've got a PED request. And that's blocking, blocking, blocking. It's timing out. Is this going to stay or is it going to switch off? No, it's gone to that one. Still kept it on, so it's still blocking till that one gets returned again. So we're now allowing. Right, let's have a look at the front panel. Allowing AVG barriers, PED request. PED request received, allowing. No, it's not allowing, it's blocking. Should be saying blocking now. Now it's blocking. Right, so that blocking is a problem. PED requests, so blocking. Right, PED, that one there is not right, is it? So we've got that one coming into there. That one's the PED mode. PED mode on. Ah. So that PED mode's on, and that flag needs to be sent down to here, I think. Yeah. So it might not be this one we want. Blocking ABG PED mode is active, so we need to know when it's active. Yeah, when it's active, that's right. But it times PED mode on delay. Was that a second? It's one second. That is 1 second. Let's just save that. Right, so it's blocking. So we've got the PED mode active, and we've got the status of that. So it has to be, what do we say the boolean was for that? On. They both have to be on for the output. Right, so I think it was allowing that was the problem. So they're both on for the output to be on. So if it's there, it says blocking and PED mode. That's right, so it's not that one. So this one is input 3, then you've got status of that, and this one is inverted. Oh, so you got the status of that twice. Why have I got the status of that twice? Hang on. So I've got it there, and I've got an inverted one, which is no good. Let's get rid of the inverted one. Right, I got rid of the inverted one. So that's out. I've got to move them up, haven't we? Alright, let's just get rid of that one a minute, and that one, and put back that one. Put back that one, and we also need, which one do we need? This one. Need that one. Right, so that is what? PED. Allow ABG robots PED mode receive, yeah, so that has to be on. Okay, and allowing, that has to be off, so it has to be on, off, and then this one has to be off, yeah, so on, off, off. So we haven't got nothing selected. Oh, we still got that one selected. So we're gonna have to put a temporary thing in there. Just put that there, temporary, so we can take it out of the system. When they go greyed out, you can't undo them. So you got to put something there to get rid of it. Right, so it needs to be on. Hang on, is it on? Yeah, on, off, off. Allow, yeah, off. And then it needs to be off, yeah. So that should do it. Right, let's try that. Let's give that a go. We're not changing the logic, we're just changing the display at this point. Right, so we're blocking the AVG, put that on there. We're allowing AVG robots. We get a PED request. Blocking AVG, yes, blocking. Still blocking, 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 blocking. It's counting down. It's blocking still. AVG robots, PED mode is active. Right, okay. That's good. Right, so we drop this. And it's still blocking. PED mode is active because it still is active. And we return it back. Blocking AVG. No, oh, it's allowing AVG. There was a slight delay then. Slight delay between. That switched off before this changed, I'm sure it did. Allowing AVG robots. Alright, so let's do again. That's going back to default. Blocking, we're blocking AVG robots. But it should say blocking with blocking AVG robot PED mode active. PED mode received. We're missing the PED mode received now. So we block that off. Allowing, yeah. And we go PED mode, blocking, AVG. Right, so it's blocking, it's counting down. It should be changing. Blocking AVG, PED mode active. So it didn't go didn't get PED mode received. So it should have said blocking PED mode received. Have we got that one? Override mode. Blocking PED mode active, allowing AVG PED mode received. Oh. Maybe that's saying the wrong thing there. Block. Hang on. Let's go. We're almost there. I can feel it. Can feel it in the bones. So we're blocking. Allowing AVG robots. Yeah. We give a PED request. Blocking AVG robots. That should say PED mode received now. Right, so we haven't actually got one. Blocking AVG robots, PED mode active. So switch off, open and close the barrier. Blocking AVG, allowing AVG. Right, then you go PED request. Blocking AVG, so it's blocking. But it should be saying PED mode received now, blocking. It's that one that's active. Right. Blocking AVG robots, PED mode active. Yeah, so it's blocking AVG. But it needs to say PED mode received. Allowing AVG PED request received. Should never be that though, would it? No. No, never be that. So that one needs to change its logic, I think. Allowing AVG PED. Wait, it should never allow that, should it? Never allow that, I don't think. So that's PED mode received, which is 1. and these are off, so yeah, maybe I've got to change the name of that. Right, so we're on, yeah, off, on. Right, so let's change the name of that. So, blocking AVG robots, PED request received. Don't know. Let's try it. Blocking AVG robots. Let's try that. Oh, got to change the comment as well. Blocking. Right. PED mode active, PED mode. Let's see what happens. I don't know if that's going to do anything. So that's on, off, so that's blocking. So that won't show up, will it, like that? So when it's blocking, yeah, that needs to be, and this one, yeah, it needs to be off. So that needs to be changed to on, off. Yeah, on, off. Yeah, for blocking. Right. Let's try it again. Right, here we go. Blocking AVG. I should say allowing now. Allowing, yeah. AVG robots. PED request. Blocking AVG robots. PED request received. So it is blocking the robots. It's counting down. It's still blocking AVG robots. PED mode is active. Yes, it is. Right. So then the barrier. It shouldn't matter what this does because there shouldn't be robots going while it's being blocked anyway. So we need to drop the barrier. Blocking AVG robots, PED mode active, so it's still blocking according to that. Yeah, because it hasn't returned back again. Blocking AVG robot, PED mode is active, yes it is. Barriers go back to robot barriers open. Blocking AVG, allowing AVG again. Have we got it? Right, override. Blocking AVG robots in override mode. This just goes through the motions, doesn't do anything. Allowing AVG robots. Still allowing, it's allowing. Still allowing. There's no PED request, so we get a PED request. It's blocking AVG robots, PED request received. Right, it's timing out. So it's blocking AVG robots, PED mode active. So when PED mode is active, the pulse goes out to the walkway. Right, what else? Time we got? Oh, we're getting short time. Right, scenario. What scenario are we missing? Right, blocking, so PED mode active, so we've got return back to, let's just leave it on that one. There's no timers running, is there now? Right, so then back to blocking AVG robots, allowing. Just for that moment, it blocks them and allows them. Carries on blocking for a few seconds till it gives it a few seconds. Right. So is there anything we're not seeing? We're seeing override, we're seeing allowing, we're seeing blocking. We're seeing blocking AVG and override, yeah. Are we seeing override? Or are we just seeing the one? Don't think we need that one anymore, do we? Override mode active, so what happens if you click that? that comes on, and so does that one. Yeah, so does the rest. Blocking, so I think it just displays the text. Yeah, I think what it does, it just, if they're on, it displays all the different text together, which is okay. So override active, so no, it didn't say that, did it? So it's overwritten that. If it's on the same line it'll overwrite it. Yeah, got it. So it's overwritten that. It's blocking AVG barriers in override mode, that's normal. So let's just go through the scenario. If it's being blocked, to get PED walkway, you want to still operate the walkway while you're being overridden, so you give it a pulse, blocking AVG barriers, PED mode active. Right, so it's gone straight to PED mode for some reason. So does it give the pulse? Did I miss that? Don't know what happened then. Alright, let's just clear it up. Maybe I didn't clear it from last time. We're still in override mode. Blocking AVG robots in override mode. Right, so we're clear. So we get a PED request. Okay. So it didn't wait or anything. That was weird, wasn't it? It just went ahead quickly out. Yeah, so quicker response when you're in override mode. If you've overridden it, there's less things to do, but I didn't quite like that though. So what were we making? Oh, we were timing out down here because we were overridden. Right, let's go again. So clear that one. So when you're override, you're able to go through quickly, as long as the Right, so we're blocking AVG robots. We're in override mode. So I get a PED request now. PED request received. It pulses the barrier and it shuts this down. Transition, blocking AVG robots, PED mode active. It is blocking and PED mode is active. So it's waiting for this to return. Cancels out PED requests. Blocking active. Blocking, it's still blocking because it's in override mode. Yeah, okay. Take override mode off. So it's now allowing AVG barriers. Yeah, because the barriers are open. So PED request. Blocking AVG robots. PED request received. It is blocking and it has got a PED request received. And it's now pulsed the output, blocking AVG robots, PED mode active, which it is. PED mode is still active. Okay, so you've got to, because it's pulsed the barrier walkway, it's got to close the robot barriers and open the other ones, and it times out, and after it's timed out it returns again, allowing again. That's okay. Right, so this doesn't do a lot, but give a certain time when it's not in override mode. So if we leave that on status, if it gets stuck on, what will happen? Pretend we're stuck. That's stuck from the robot system. It's giving us a permanent eye. Maybe it's crashed or whatever. I don't know. Allowing AVG robots. So it is allowing robots. Okay. Oh, but yeah, they're in the area, so it's allowing the robots. Now, if I switch this off suddenly, it's not allowing the robots because the barriers come down. So it's allowing again. Now it's blocking and allowing. Yeah. PED request happens. Allowing AVG robots. Now it's no longer doing it is allowing, but it's took the PED request, but it doesn't tell us we've got a PED request any longer. No, that's because this has still got a, yeah, so it's got a robot in the walkway, or stuck. What's it stuck? Stuck bit. Robot system stuck. So it is allowing now. So they to unstick. It'll carry on allowing, and it's got its PED request. Should process the PED request still, and it is doing. PED request received, yeah, and it should then pulse the output, should it? Blocking AVG, it is. PED request received. Now it's blocking AVG. PED mode is active, so it will carry on. So when that's stuck, if that bit ever gets stuck, or a robot passing is, if the one's stuck in the area, it won't allow the PED mode to carry on. Isn't that what we want anyway? As maybe. Let's try it again. So open the barrier, close the barrier. It's allowing again. We get a stuck bit, and we get a PED request gone into the system. Allowing AVG robots. It is allowing them, but PED request has gone in, but no, the display is not showing it's got a PED request, because that won't allow the PED request to come through while the allowing AVG robots. So we've got a PED request, and also got a robot in the zone, still in the zone. So it's allowing the robots. We've got a PED request, but it's not showing. So it wants something to say allowing the AVG robots. We've got a PED request, and we've got robots in the area with robots in the zone when certain criteria is met. So right, so robot mode must be active, and a PED request with a robot in the area. So could do with knowing if that bit is stuck, and that we've got a, so if we go down to here, well, we've got lit, we've only got one lit, no, we've got two lit. Allowing AVG, and oh, we've got, oh no, that's not lit. Right, allowing AVG robots. Oh yeah, that's it, that's right, because it's on. So it's only on that bit there. But what we need is an override. An override if time's going now. Almost there as well, what a shame. Just go a bit longer. Almost there. So we've got if we have a PED request, we can ignore that the status, because that'll only give you an allowing if the robot is, if the barrier is in that position, so we can ignore that. But if we have a PED request and we're on with a robot coming through, and we're on allowing, so all we need to do is tell it we've got a PED request and a robot, stuck robot. No, don't know. Allowing AVG robots, PED request, can't give you the pulse because there's a robot in the area. So we need to do a little boolean on the back of this based on that. Right, let's just do that then. Right, let's do that. Those two should do it. Copy. Right, let's put these here. Right, and this is going to say right, so it's going to say allowing oops, so keep it right, can't have too much text. Allowing AVG robots. Hang on, let's put that into 1. Allowing AVG robots. Right, PED mode. PED request received. PED request received. Allowing AVG robots. PED request received. And then we've got another bit. Oh, hang on. PED request received and robot in zone. Robot in the zone, right. Allowing AVG robots, PED request received, robot in zone. Right, see if this works out. Right, robot in the zone. Right, we've got to plumb that up now. Voice message. Got a voice message. Alright, we'll have a look at that. Hold on a second.
Hiya, mate.
Oh, what happened to it?
Hiya, mate. Just wanted to say that logic is looking really, really good so far. It'd be good to visually indicate that a PED request has taken place whilst the robot zone is active. That'd be good, that will. So you can visually display that, you know, a PED request has taken place whilst the robots are still in the zone. Yeah, looking really good so far, mate. Nice one.
Okay. Alright, cheers, mate. Right, so yeah, so PED request when there's a robot in the zone. Yeah, right, okay, we'll have a look at that. I don't know if that's the same thing I'm working on now or what. Or we'll have a look at that now. Oh, got a drink here. Right, let's just hook this up. So allowing AVG robots, PED request. PED request received, robot in zone. Yeah, so that's the one there, isn't it? Basically, the same thing. Right, so we need to hook this up now. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to go on the interim just for a bit. Back in a few minutes. Right, I'm back. So I go swimming a bit. They make me phone me in a minute to see if I'm going swimming. I've got to go swimming. Anyway, right, so leave that running for a bit. Oh, let's have a look at the progress of these printing. Is it going? Is it going alright? Yeah, it looks alright. Another 22 minutes left on that. Right, where am I? Jesus, right. Hang on. Right, we're back on here, right. Right, let's hook this up then. Hopefully this is the last one. Right. So... Oop. Hang on. Just got to pay for something. Again, pay for something. Yeah, my brain's done in now. How long have we got going? 6 hours nearly. Plus I did 40 minutes earlier. Trying to work it out, read the instructions. Anyway. I was trying to write all the instructions into this description of the video before starting it. And it was making me delay too long, so I had to delete it in case I got it wrong. And then start the stream off. I'll go back retroactively and update it later. Alright. Just got to pay for something. Won't be a second. I'll tell you what, you could have a listen to this if you like. Here we go.
Just find the right place in the program, make the appropriate change, and we'll run the whole thing again.
Speech is still very complicated. Music is simpler.
Is that a question?
Yes.
The question is futile.
My interpretation of the data leaves little room for error. The art of leadership is delegation.
That information is not available. This constitutes all available
Certain time on
data.
a Sunday, you have to.
You know what they say. No good deed goes unpunished.
Then I have to get. They might be phoning me any second now. See if I'm going swimming. So we've got a little bit of time left between now and 6:30 to finish this off. For unless we're looking at it tonight or tomorrow evening. So hopefully we've done enough on it. Right. Right. Let's hook this up then. So we gotta know, I forgot what I was doing now. Yeah, PED mode active. Now, PED request received. So we want one from there again. So we come down to here. This is it slows down like this. So we've got a PED request received. Alright. Then we want a it was going to be allowing AVG, so we need to get that one again. Get that one and bring it down here. And line it up with that one. If you don't line them up, it gets into a mess. Now it's going into a mess now, look, see that? Suddenly decided it doesn't want to snap it. Something's altered in it. Program glitched again. See that? It's gone thick. Oh well. It's probably something I did. Anyway. So it's got that, and it wants one more thing. It wants this one. The permanent status of this. Yeah. So we don't want it inverted. We want it when it's high. Coming straight out. Maybe. Let's just try it. Yeah, it'll have to be directly to this. Right, how do we get to that now? Oh, hang on. Alright, that'll do. Right, so we want the PED request received, that's a 1. Then we want this, and we also want allowing, so that has to be off. Yeah. So we want on, off, on. On. Did I say off, on? Yeah, off. Off. Where are we? Off, on, off. Crikey, I forgot what I want now. That needs to be off. On. Yeah, so off, on. There it is. Where has it gone? I can't find it. Off, on. There it is. Right, there it is. Right, okay, let's just try this out. Right, okay, come on. Right, blocking ADV. Right, so we're should allowing AGV, yeah. Then we go to pulse. No, we stick that on. Nothing happens because we're not in PED request. Allowing AGV. It'd be nice to know for robot passing. Allowing AGV, robot passing. Every time that pulls, robot passing. That'd be nice. Anyway, I haven't programmed for that yet. So this one now it's saying, right, so it should say, what would it say? I'll give it a PED request. Right, nothing's changed. Why not? Off, on, off, on. Right, so that should be outputting, but it isn't. See that? It's not outputting, it's off. What have I done wrong? So that needs to be, I think I did an off. Needs to be on, off, on. It's just the way I put it. Yeah, hang on. Let's change it. So it needs to be an on, off, on. And I've got an off, on. Right, yeah. On, off, on. That's it. Wrong one. Right, let's try again. So back to normal, blocking, allowing. So we get that on there, stuck on there, and we do a PED request. Allowing AVG robots, PED request received, robot in zone. Now, when the robot comes out the zone, what's it going to say then? Allowing AVG robots. No, that's not right. Oh, it is allowing now. It is allowing robots because it hasn't timed out yet. Blocking AVG robots, yes it is. PED request received. Alright, so then it should say PED request times out mode, PED mode active, blocking, yeah. Yeah, so it's waiting there. What happens if we do that? Nothing. We haven't programmed for that. It shouldn't happen anyway if it's being blocked, so it's a condition that could never be met, theoretically. Right, so we open the barrier, close the barrier, blocking AVG, allowing AVG barrier, we're back to normal mode. We'll give it a PED request, blocking AVG robots, PED request received. Yeah, it's timing out. Should go blocking AVG robots, PED request, PED mode active, yeah, that's right. Okay, if you get anything coming through there, nothing should happen. So we got, swap the barriers over and back again. Blocking AVG, allowing AVG. We put that one on there. There's a robot in the zone. PED request is requested. Allowing AVG, yes it is, because I've got to get the robots out of the area. PED request received. Robot in the zone. Right, so the robot will come out of the zone. He's been allowed to carry on. He drops the robot out of the zone, so that will just go off. It's allowing AVG at the minute, but the PED request has got to, what's it doing now? Allowing AVG, hang on, robots. So it didn't block them. Yeah, because it's got to allow it to traverse out the area, isn't it? Yeah, so that's what that timer's for, to let that timer, before it pulses the PED mode, it knows it's got PED request. Blocking AVG robots, PED mode active, yeah, so let's try it again. Let's go through the sequence again. Clear it off again, and so we're allowing AVG robots. We're stuck on there. Robots are in the area. One's broke down there or something, or stopped, or being blocked by someone. I get a PED request in the process, so it's still off over here. Allowing of AVG robots, PED request receive, robot in the zone. Yeah, so it can't transition till the robot's clear. You've got your pulse on your brown pair to say the PED request. Your robot state is allowing them to keep driving out the area, and we've got one still in the area. It's allowing AVG robots, PED request receive, robot in the zone. So it's locked in the PED request, so we're going to take the, it's not transition, so they're still coming through. We're going to move the robot out of the zone. It's allowing robots, because they've got to drive out of the zone, keep driving out, even though they have gone out. Because if they've gone out, they would drop the zone. So, but that's that time delay to allow them any lagging stuff to clear out the way. So maybe blocking AVG robots, PED mode active, right? Okay. Right, so we need to just look now at. Just trying to think. There's right. So there's one more. Right, so when the timer kicks in, I need to see what's going on there. So let's go for the process again. Let's do stuck on there, PED allowing, right. See what's going on with this timer. Right, so it won't carry on with the time, it's waiting. It's still allowing the robots to transfer through, so we get rid of this one. Allowing AVG robots, so this timer started counting down here. Right. So what is counting? Oh, that one's counting. Right, so that is not quite displaying. There's a bit missing. Yeah, there's a slight bit missing there. So while that's off, and while it's counting, yeah, if it's counting, how do I know if that's counting or not? Well, it will be if that's on. Yeah, as long as that's on, it'll be counting. Yeah, so that'll be counted as long as that's on. So if we could use that signal. But what do we need it to say? Let's just clear that up and go through the process again. We're almost there with this. Oh, automatically guided vehicle. Oh, I've got it round the wrong way. AGV, yeah. I swapped it from that once, put it back again. Yeah, I'll have to correct all that. Yeah. Right, that'll be me, mate, so give us a second. Right, we're back. That's just a late seeing if I'm going swimming. Right, yeah, we're going swimming. Don't worry about that. It's later on. Right, let's change these things then. So I changed them once, I changed them back again. AGV. I got it right there. See that there, AGV. But then I changed it. Here, AVG. Yeah. Right, let's try and change it then, because we don't want to don't need any mistakes. Right, hang on. So AG, where else have I put AGV? Anywhere else? Yeah, yeah, that one as well. What's it? Automatically guided vehicle, I think it is. Automatically guided vehicle, right? Okie dokie. Right, what else? Anywhere else? Here again. Oh, that's still good. AGV. Oh, AVG. What have I done there? No, I changed it, but it's not showing the right change. Why not? Why is that not changing? Display the comments. Oh, I've got it twice, that's why. No, AGV and AGV. Automatically guided vehicle, right. Okay, is there any more? Yeah, AGV, guided vehicle. AGV, right. Okay, is there any more? AGV, right down here. Yeah, well, these are all wrong. Right, guided vehicle. Because they got the comment as well. Guided vehicle. Right. Guided vehicle. Guided vehicle. Alright, anywhere else? Yeah, here. Guided vehicle. Guided vehicle. Guided vehicle. Let's just check it. Alright, what's this? Blocking, guided vehicle, yeah. A guided vehicle, right. Guided vehicle. Guided vehicle. Guided vehicle. Guided vehicle. Guided vehicle. Right, okay. Right, so that's that there. Let's have a look at this information write up. Guided vehicle. Guided vehicle. Guided vehicle. Oh no. Gonna be finding these forever. Guided vehicle. Guided vehicles. Got it right there. Wrong there. Oh dear. Right, awaiting, right. Guided vehicle. Guided vehicle. Guided vehicle. Anything else? Guided vehicle. Guided vehicle. Guided vehicle. Guided vehicle. Right, okay. Right. Oh dear. Right. Where did I get to? Was this working now? I can't even remember. Was it? Have we finished now? Don't know. So it's on, off. Right, okay, I don't know. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's give it a run over. Once over. You can't actually, you can put that on there, but I don't know if you can pull that down, then you can't see it. That's the trouble. So if you pull that down like that, and you go view front panel, oh, you can just about see it, but when you go to click something, it disappears. So that's your problem you got. As I say, the UI is not brilliant. Okay. Right. Okay, so here we go. What are we doing? So we're allowing AGV barriers. We're stuck. We're getting a PED request. So allowing AG guided vehicles. PED robot in zone. PED request received. Robot in zone. That's too far over, isn't it? That needs to come back a bit. Alright. Alright, let's just do that now. PED request received. That's better. Okay, let's just check them. Ignore that. Blocking AGV robots bed mode active. Blocking AGV robots PED request received. Blocking AGV robots in override mode. Right, okay. I don't know if that's it or not. Let's try it. Can always check it tomorrow evening or later on if need be, but so what we've got, what's the default state? Let's have a look with nothing pressed. Blocking AGV, yes it is. PED walkways become into its default state, allowing AGV robots. Get a PED request. Blocking AGV robots. PED request received. It's counting down. Blocking AGV robots. PED mode is active. Yes, it is. Right, so you go out and in. Blocking AVG, allowing AVG robots. Okay. Right, so get that on there. Blocking AVG robots in override mode. Yeah, that's always going to be right. Give it a PED request. Allowing AGV robots. PED request receive robot in the zone. And what happens if you switch that out? Allowing AVG robots. Yes, it is. Still got the PED request, but it's timing out. It's not saying PED request received though there when it did that. So it's allowing the robots PED request received, right? So there's a bit there that's not displaying the right bit. Right, so we clear the block, allowing AGV robots. So we stick that on there and we give it a, hold on a second. Alright, so anyway, so we got on that. So allowing AGV robots, so we are allowing them. We're not in any particular mode, so we PED request, allowing AGV PED request received robot, so we drop that, allowing AVG robots. Now what's active? Oh, that one. No, yeah, so there needs to be, yeah, we need another one to show us allow AGV robots. Oh, what have I done? I just closed it. Oh God, what have I done? Where's he gone? Alright, I thought I lost the thing then. Right, so I need to give it one more. We've done that one. We need another one without that one. So that's, yeah. So it's showing the state. Oh, it's just showing that state, isn't it? So I need another one of these. Probably a two-way one. No, a three-way one again. One more. And this should be it then, with a bit of luck. Right, so it needs to say, yeah, I know what it needs to say. Macro, didn't want a macro. What's it giving me a macro for? Oh, I must have clicked the wrong button. Right, so it's saying allow AGV robots, which is the same as that one. Yeah, but need to get rid of robots in the zone. PED request. What have I done? Allow ABG robots. Hang on, cancel that. I've got rid of too much. Allow AVG robots. Robots in the zone. Okay, allowing AGV robots. PED request received. Right, so we need to hook this up now. So we need that again. That again there. No, that's not it. Oh, it won't show me till I put it there. It's really glitchy now, look at this. Right. Okay, so we've got it down there. What else do we want? We want we've got that, so we're allowing. Oh no, it needs to be inverted, doesn't it? It needs to be inverted, I think. Yeah. So we need it from there basically, so let's take that off there. needs to be inverted. Okay, we need PED mode received. We need this one. Let's put it there. PED mode received. It's that one, isn't it? Yeah. Then we need to know when this is off, switched off. Okay, so then the logic for that would be off, on, off, off, on, off, off, on, off, that one. Right, probably didn't go into there and change that. Glowing, Pedros, right, it's okay, let's see what happens now then. Okay, so hopefully we've covered all the bases, or we won't cover them all, we've covered most blocking AVG barriers, allowing AGV barriers, AV automatically guided vehicle robots, yeah. So that's on. You could say robot detected every time that comes on. That's another one. Maybe I'll do that one. Just got to answer the door. Give me a second. Alright, well, the Amazon delivery hasn't arrived for some reason. Maybe it's still time. I've just picked up the stuff off the printer, another load of these. See what they're like. That one's alright. Nice. That looks okay. That's fine. Oh, this one's gone weird. Look at that. See that? See the side of it. Let's drop this corner. Alright, so there's another one. Oh, and this one. That one as well. Look at the corner of that one. Let's drop the corner. Shame. What a waste. Oh well. You're going to end up with some waste. Right, what's now? Right, we're just testing this, isn't it? Yeah. Oh dear, what time we got? Yeah, we've got a bit of time. Probably this is the longest live stream in one continuous I've ever done. Oh well. Normally break them up. Right, so allowing AGV robots. Okay. Then we got a PED request. I was just about to go clear there. Alright. So, and this is giving me some chips. I haven't got time to eat them there. Anyway, we'll eat them later. Right. Right, where did I get to? It's difficult to concentrate with interruptions. Oh dear. God. Anyway. Allowing AGV robots. Right, so we've got no PED request. That doesn't do anything different there. I could do with that change in state. So when you see a robot come through, at least you know your signals are coming through. Anyway, we'll sort that out in a minute. Let's get this one right. So now you've already timed out, so let's just time it. I want to do it while it's transitioning, so it's counting. So it's still allowing that through, it's not changing it. So it's not getting to this one that I've just created, it's not outputting. Now it is. It's doing weird stuff now, look at that. Allowing AGV robots, why has it got two going on? That's weird. Hang on, have I done it twice? Allowing, oh, one was, yeah, that one was up there, so it was doing that one and this one. Right, I don't know what's going on there. Let's just go through the process again, try and work out what's happening. Right, so we just do that like that, switch that on and off, go and have a look what's going on here. So that's on, allowing ABG robots. So that's on and that's on, blocking ABG robots, blocking AGV, allowing AGV, and then it changes blocking AGV robots, PED mode active, that's right. Right, let's try again. Not quite sure, can't keep your eyes on everything at once, difficult, very difficult. Right, so we've got AVG barriers, so we know if we've stuck and we request, we know it's giving us the right, allowing AGV barriers, robots, PED request received, robot in zone. Right, so then we clear that, allowing AVG robots, PED request is not showing. Something wrong with that bit of logic there, gotta be, unless I need to get rid of one. Right, so we've got that lit up, allowing PED requests, yeah, it's all gone to shite for some reason. What have I done wrong? Let's have a look. Oh, that's inverted, isn't it? I've used that inversion. Why did I use that? Let's not use that. It always goes wrong when I use that. Right, let's go. Yeah, let's not use the inversion. Right, so we want an off. Allowing, so it needs to be off, that needs to be on, and that needs to be off. So off, on, off. What have I got? Off, on, off. So I got the right bit there, so something else must be wrong. Oh, I know what you need to do. It's alright. Because we're using that whole screen now, I need to pad out the rest of these red pieces to block out the old text. And that's just because we're using more lines than we did originally. Yeah, this will just stop any problem. So start from line 1. Blocking, ped mode active, right here. Just do it to all of them. Oops, I missed one there, no. I'm looking at the wrong side. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Okay. Oh, this one. That's alright. And next one. That's okay. Next one. Alright, this one's no good. Right, let's just put the chips in with the poppadoms. They're going soggy. It's funny. Right. But, right, I actually might be going insane now. Right. Let's keep going. Half the battles, doing it without interruptions, that's half the problem. Imagine trying to do it at work with people phoning you up every few seconds or asking you questions. Almost impossible. That's why I do it at home. Do it at home. Right. Override. Right, I better blank them all in, otherwise they're gonna go stupid. Might get too much coming up on the screen. Oh, that's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? Robot mode. I don't think we see these anyway, but let's just fill them out just in case. So I can work out where the signal is coming from. Right. Alright, let's have a look again now. Now it's I should have got rid of these doubled up things going on. Right. Allow AVG robots, so put that on there. So put that on there, and allowing AVG robots, ped mode received, robot in the zone. Allowing AVG robots, ped mode received, that's right. Robots in the zone, yeah, that's nice. Okay. Right, that's in ped mode, but we could do this. Need the same again when we're in normal mode without a ped request. Locking AVG, ped received, hang on. Go back to normal mode. Why is that still there? Oh, it hasn't actually implemented the ped request. Because, why not? Hey, ped mode active. That's off, right? So what's going on here? That's weird. Very strange. Was I clicking the wrong one? Maybe. I'll have to watch that back again. Right, allowing AVG robots. That's normal mode. And so what's the difference on this one? So allowing AVG robots, so we need one for what's it in the area. Yeah, so when that's on and allowing the robots. Right, let's just do it. 6:05. Right, so we need one more. One more. I'll have to put it here, I think. No, we can go down like this. Right, so it's allowing AVG robots. Let's just do it. Let's get it done. Allowing AGV robots. And we want here. It's not not ped received. It'll be robots in zone. Robots in zone. Let's see. If you filled all your spaces up, you can't get it over. Comes up with that noise when that's it. Allowing AVG robots, robot in zone. Right. Hang on, that needs to go down a line, doesn't it? Right, hang on. I know what it needs to do. Get rid of that. And go to the start. I need that on the second line. Robots, allowing AGV robots. Robot in zone. Okay, a couple of spaces on the end. Right, so we're going to get this to go now then. So what we want is that one again. That one, yeah, that one. That one again, yeah, that one. Oh god, it's changed, it's snapping again, oh well. Right, so we want that one, and we want that one, yeah, that one. Help. Right, keep focused, you've got a little bit left to do, hopefully. Allowing AGV, right, here we go. I've totally lost track of it now, so we've got one signal there. It's all in there. It's all in this. Oh, apart from I haven't copied that over. It should be in there. Allowing AGV robots, robot in the zone. So it's the same as that one. So robot in the zone. So we've got to make sure ped mode is off. So we want ped mode as well. Ped request must be fed down here as well. We've got to make sure it's off. No, that's not right. It's this one. Yeah. And also we need to know that the robot is in the zone. So it's a bit like the opposite of what we got there. Right. So what we want now is logic. Needs to be off, off, on. Off, off, on. Off, 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 on. There we go. Right, let's see. Let's have a look. Alright, so AVD barriers. Blocking, yeah. Put the barrier on. Barriers down, allowing. Right, so we're allowing, if I turn this on, allowing AVG robots in zone. There we go. So every time a robot passes in that mode, you'll see that. So you'll be able to see if we're getting the signal. Right, so we got that. Then we go to this one, allowing AGV robots, PED request receive robots in the zone. Allowing AVG robots, PED request received. Yeah, so it's counting down. See what else is going to happen now. Blocking AGV robots, PED request received, yes. And should go to PED request active, blocking AVG robots, PED request PED mode active. Yeah. So sort of jumped over a bit, didn't he? That one. That sort of jumped that way. So what does that mean? One of the other ones wasn't quite right. Right. So and now we're waiting for the barrier to come down. PED blocking AVG robots. PED mode is active. Yeah, still true. Even though so we're not tracking. AVG barriers are open. So the walkway system, yeah, it doesn't actually show you that bit, but PED mode active. Right. Okay, so then we come back on, blocking AVG, allowing AVG robots. So we go from that, robot in the zone, bed mode, the robot in the zone, allowing AGV, so then it's then, oh, it needs to come down a line, doesn't it, that one? PED request received. Right. Seems to jump down, doesn't it, there? Okay, so it's mostly there. Allowing AVG PED, right, that one, I think, that one. Yeah, it needs to come down, I think, that one. Yeah, that needs to get rid of that line. Go to the start and push that over like that. Right. I think that was it. Let's just check the rest. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Oh, we're missing an end block on that one. That looks good. I think we're there. Okay. Yeah, the rest is good. Right, let's give it the once over then. So this is almost the end for today. I'm going to give it the once over now. First, let's line these up. Don't know why they keep doing this. The programs are weird. Not the best UI. Okay, so we're back there. Looks relatively tidy still. Right. Right, let's give it the simulation then. So we'll give it a simulation. We've got to see the front panel. we're not running. So that's what happens if it's not running. You can see all your inputs. If you go into stop mode, it'll show you stopped, so you need to run it. Right, and it'll show you just that. So we're blocking AGV robots because the barriers are robot barriers are not in robot mode, as in the robot A automatic guided vehicle are not open. They're not open, so you can't be sending robots through, hence the high. So then the walkway is powered up, but now it's allowing AVG robots. So we're allowing them. No pedestrians have tried to go through. We're going to go override. So we're blocking AVG robots in override mode. Yeah, that's still true. Okay, so now we're allowing every time a robot drives through the zone, robot in the zone, robot in the zone, and if we drop the barrier somehow without getting a pulse or a request to activate the walkway, if that ever changes, it'll just block in AGV straight away. Stops them in their tracks because it's not safe to go through with an undetermined state or a state where they're not open. Okay, so then we're allowing the robots. So we go through a normal sequence. PED request, blocking AGV robots, PED request received. You see a few things driving through. Robot in the zone, allowing AVG, PED request received. Robot in the zone, allowing AVGV robots, PED request received. Robot in the zone, robot out the zone. Still got the PED request received. So it's timing out now. Blocking AGV robots, PED request received. And then what's it going to do now? Blocking AGV robots, PED mode active, yeah. So the timings will have to be altered a bit. So I need to make those timings public and lock the other ones away. Yeah, all the other stuff that I've put in needs to be locked, so you can't adjust it, and only the timing. So I'll do that off screen though, I think. Do that later on once I've play tested it a bit. So we're blocking AVG robots. PED mode is active. If a robot comes along when it's blocked, what will happen? Probably nothing. No, nothing, because we've not programmed anything. It shouldn't never happen. It's a scenario that shouldn't happen if it follows it. Right. So then we transition the walkway and back again, and it clears the flag, allowing AVG robots. Go back to passing through again. Robot in the zone, no robot not in the zone, robot in the zone. Okay, so we'll leave it on this time. We'll leave a robot stuck in the zone. We'll request, well, passing through while we'll request while somebody's passing through, allowing AVG robots, PED request receive robots in the zone. Robot in the zone. Okay, so that'll stay there indefinitely. There's no timers running. A status is allowing the AVG to clear out. Once they clear out, allowing AGV robots, PED request received. If another one turns up before that, it goes back to robot in the zone, clears the timers, and again, so on and so forth. Alright, if you get another PED request, it makes no difference, the flag's already set. Another robot comes through. Once she's gone, the PED request carries through. You never lose the PED request till it's it'll pulse this. Once it changes from allowing, once the barriers are cleared, blocking AV robot, so it then outputs this, blocks them, says don't send no more through. The timer allows a dwell time or to get rid of them. You get your pulse out there, blocking AV robots, PED mode is active. So your PED mode's active, it's at its pulse, your walkway starts to close, swaps over from robot to PED mode, closes the robot barriers, opens the PED barriers, and then when they time out, 15 seconds on the PED walkway system, and allowing AGV barriers again. Yeah, as soon as the barriers are up, and the PED barriers would be closed first. No, sorry, the robot barriers are closed first, and the PED barriers will be open. And hang on, which way around is it? So it closes the thing and then opens the barrier, yeah, and then close. That's right. And then it closes the thing and opens the barrier. So yeah, it all goes off the robot barrier. So you won't get your transition till they're back to normal. Allowing won't happen until they're back up again. That's right. I think that's about it. Right, it's 6:20. I've got just enough time to gobble some chips down. That is going to be the end of the stream. We'll play test it some more later on. Okay, thanks for watching, and let's get over to the thumbnail. So SR2B121BD smart relay mods functional block diagram programming FAS Walkway to robot IO number 17. Bye for now, catch you on the next one. Thanks for watching and bye bye.
Just find the right place in the program, make the appropriate change, and we'll run the whole thing again.
Speech is still very complicated. Music is simpler.
Is that a question?
Yes.
The question is futile.
My interpretation of the data leaves little room for error. The art of leadership is delegation.
That information is not available. This constitutes all available data.
You know what they say, no good deed goes unpunished.